presentation, allow me to lay out some presentation guidelines. All presenters are given 15 minutes to present. The buzzer will be around once at the 10 minutes of the presentation, and the buzzer will be around again to indicate the time's up. After the presentation, 5 minutes is allocated for the question and answer session. We will have 6 presenters before we stop for a break at 4:30 AM. Refreshment is provided at the chat lobby. Resume the session at 11. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, let us begin the session by inviting the first speaker.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Hazim bin Azman. So today I am going to be presenting a research paper titled "The Perception of Training Teachers on Fieldwork in Improving Writing Skills." So these are my credentials. For example, that is the IC numbers, my class, and my supervisor is Madam Suhana binti Ahmad. Okay. Without further ado, let's moving on into the presentation. Okay, the first one is the background of this study. The first one is TESOL plays a crucial role in shaping language proficiency among students. You can see that we as teaching English second language, we the one who are in this course, it is important for us to be able to be writing or to communicate through written language, for example, because we as academicians, we are communicating with other academicians or other persons in the education department, especially through our writings. For example, this thesis writings, this is how we communicate with other lecturers or students from all over the world about how we perceive something. And then next, adequate allocation of time resources for writing instruction remains the challenge. You can see that it is for everyone, it is quite a hassle to be writing in a good manner. For example, we as academicians, we are going to be reciting a lot of academic journals, a lot of articles, so we need to be able to write in a good way, because we want to avoid ourselves from doing a mandatory mistake, which is to plagiarism. And then, so Fieldwork has gained favor among various writing communities. So Fieldwork as an AI-powered tools, it helps us to improve our writing skills through the suggestion of how we should be paraphrasing or how we should be citing the articles or journals that we are going to be referred in our academic writing. So, despite growing acclaim, so this is the math of the study. Why? Because I want to fill in the gap. Why? Because if you search online, it is not much a study or research articles talking about how Fieldwork can effectively improve one's writing skills. So that is the background of the study. Moving on. So this is my problem statement. The writing skills. Proficient writing skills in the English language are very important for teachers. Why? Because if we were to be teaching other people about something, we first need to master that particular things. Challenges for ESL learners. You can see that a lot of ESL learners, as cited in Moses and Muhammad 2019 and Gundamos in 2018, they would find out, or they both found out that learning writing. Therefore, this study will see how the students perceive Fieldwork as a tool to help them improve their academic writing skills. And then, as an IPG student, throughout our 5 years in the IPG, we are blasted with a lot of written assignments. So we need to be able to properly cite, to properly refer to the academic journal, so that our written assignment is credible. Why? If we were to do something on our own thought, I am quite sure that it's not going to be that accurate and academically correct. Okay. Next, the RO, RQ, and RH for this study. The first one is the objective of this study is to investigate the perception of TESOL trained teachers on Fieldwork in improving writing skills. The second one is to identify the difference between male and female TESOL trained teachers on perception on Fieldwork in improving their writing skills. The first one, I want to see how TESOL trained teachers perceive Fieldwork as a tool to improve their writing skill, and then I want to know whether there's any significant difference of how male and female trained teachers perceive Fieldwork in improving their writing skills. And then for the research questions, what are the perceptions of TESOL trained teachers on Fieldwork in improving writing skills? And then the next one is is there any difference between male and female as a teachers' perception on people in improving their writing skills? So for my research hypothesis, it is a null hypothesis where I stated that there is no difference between male and female as a trained teacher's perception. There's a typo there on people in improving writing skills. So that is the important things. Then next. So what is the significance of the study? There are two important significance. It is for the first one, it is educational implication. It is I want to know or I want to see how technology can be used to help people learn and teach languages. Because when we are using Quillbot, we will indirectly we learn from something that is other than teachers. We learn from something out of human. We learn from technology. So that is the significance. We can see how in the future this technology can help us or help the student to be better. And then is in the theoretical implication. I hope that this research can help theorists understand how people learn a second language and how educational technology works. This is based on these two models that I use throughout this research, which is the STAR model and cognitivism model. STAR model is it helps me or it helps the researchers or every people to understand how people perceive certain technology and what is their attitude towards that technology. And then cognitivism is it helps me to understand how we teachers we learn from something or no, we students we learn to upgrade our knowledge to be better from time to time based on our zone of proximal development from which is suggested by Vygotsky and Jean-Piaget. Okay, then the next one is the past researches that I make as the backbone of this study. The first one is from Abdulkarim 2013, which is titled an investigation and investigative study of academic writing issues experienced by Arab postgraduate at University UTM. So this is these two past research. It is a local research. You can see that this research it analyzes or it studies about how what are the academic challenges faced by the ESLNS, and then this is the abroad researchers that I cited or I referred so that I can understand or how Quillbot is used in English classroom to help them to improve their writing skills. So those are the first researchers, and then the last one is to focus on how AI or artificial intelligence can help improve our environment of study, our study environment. You can see that nowadays educational technology or artificial intelligence is widely used in the modern era. Everything is going to be related with AI nowadays. So next. So my methodology of this research is the first one. My research design. It is a quantitative research using the survey design. So I distribute questionnaires to my respondents, which is the respondents to 70 respondents from IPG, KDRI, TESOL, PIMP 2020-2024. Trained teachers, the operation for the sample of this population is the sample for this study. So you see that there are only 71 of us, including me. So excluding me, there's going to be 70 respondents. So this is my research conceptual framework. So from the construct of my questionnaire, there are 4 constructs, which is the first one is the perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, attitude toward use, and behavioral intention. So these are the elements of the construct that I will monitor in my questionnaire so that I can get the main idea, which is the trainee teacher's perception. So I run this construct in the SPSS. So I will collect the highest mean, or I collect the mean, and then I will translate it into the teacher's perception. So the male and female, so I am going to be looking whether is there any significant difference between those two groups in perceptions. Next. So my research instrument, which is the questionnaire, it is taken from Koniati and Fitgani 2022, titled Postgraduate Students' Perceptions of Quillbot Utilization in English Academic Writing Class. So as I talked about earlier, there are 4 constructs in my questionnaire, so which a total item of 26 items. So when for the pilot study, I ran a pilot study among 12. I collect from the 70, I collect 12 students. So why? Well, because from the research, it say that it is not stated indefinitely whether how many pilot study samples should be taken. So I just take the maximum for my small sample, which is questionnaire, it is stated 0.99, which is from the up to the table. It is stated that the internal consistency is quite excellent. Okay, next. Okay, then this is my data collection procedure. The first one is the questionnaire was adapted from past research, which is the one that I told you earlier. And then this research instrument it is sent to JBBI so that it is the JBBI who is the expert in this kind of study. They will be validate whether my questionnaire will be able to answer my RO or not. And then a pilot study was conducted to test the reliability of the research instrument. And then the Google Form link was distributed using WhatsApp application to the sample of the study. So after everyone had approved, my SB has approved my questionnaire, I then distributed my questionnaire using Google Form platform through the WhatsApp. Why? Because you can see that there are a lot of how you can send a survey to other people. For example, there are a lot, but I choose Google Form because it is the most cost-effective and easy. Because we are teachers ourselves, we are aware of how Google Form works and we are already used to that. Okay, next. Then the data analysis procedure. You can see that there are two research questions or research objectives in this study. The first one is also to answer those two ROs. I will utilize descriptive analysis and inferential analysis. The first one, the descriptive analysis, based on the four construct, I will determine the mean score through a statistical package for social science or SPSS, so that I will achieve the first objective. You can see that all the means from each construct is then computed into one major items, which is the perceptions. And then the inferential analysis is used to determine p-value from the t-test. You can see that I have two groups that is I want to study, which is the male and female group. So I can use the individual t-test, independent t-test. So I can achieve the second objective. Next. The data findings and discussion is the RQ1. What are the sessions of testers trained teachers on Fieldbot in improving writing skills? So you can see that from my research, you can see that the mean value showed that the training teacher's perception is high. Why is not very high? Because you can see that from the mean table that I translated here, you can see that for the behavioral intention, it's quite low. It's to be compared from others. Why? It is because nowadays there are a lot of AIs out there. For example, Microsoft Bing, ChatGPT. So they might not intend to use Fieldbot anymore because they are more better AIs out there. So that's why the respondent agrees that Fieldbot. So you can see that all this mean is high. So they all agree that Fieldbot improve their writing skills. Okay, next. For the second RQ, which is there any difference between male and female test perception? You can see that when I run the individual t-test, independent t-test, you can see that the significance to there is it is stated at 0.52 and 452. So you can see that if it is the p-score is higher than 0.05, it means that there is no significant difference between those two groups. So you can understand that either it's male or female, they see that Fieldbot is a tool that can improve their writing skills. Next. So the conclusion, the first one is RO1, Fieldbot is proven to be a good assistive technology that improves writing skills. So this thing is aligned with a research conducted by Colin 2016. He says that AI-powered software improves the quality of written work. So in his study, he studies a few other AI. For example, he studies about Grammarly, he studies about Fieldbot. He stated that his findings stated that AIs do improve writing skills. So this is aligned with my research. And then the next one is research objective 2. There is no significant difference in perception between male and female trainee teachers. So Hanifa et al. 2019 said gender can exert an influence on individual perceptions regarding various subjects. Although she said that genders can influence how we perceive things, but my study says otherwise. So it is contrary with her findings, because in my study, everyone, male or female, perceive Fieldbot as an effective tools. Okay, next. So what are the recommendations from my study with the island? So future teachers, they might utilize larger sample. For example, if I were to use the only my batch 2020 and 2024, maybe in IPG career, maybe they can use the same batch of other IPGs also, because you can see that it is possible, but due to some type not say that might be quite impossible. So, but it is possible. And then different research design. For example, I use only questionnaire. So then I cannot ask them whether why they think Quillbot is useful. If I were to use case study, I can investigate further in that on how they perceive things. And then explore other possible AI-powered software. So if they try to use maybe case study, they can ask the interviewees or ask the sample of what are the other AIs that they would like to use. Why they are not why they are not intentioned to use Quillbot rather than other softwares. Next. So these are the implications. How many minutes already? So that's all from me. Thank you.
Alright.
So let's move on
We
to
proceed to question and answer. Yes, sure. May I? Alright, would you please explain to us about your sampling and pilot study?
please move to the slide. More. Okay then. So sampling and pilot study. You can see that for this pilot study, I choose from the same population, which is this RPG Career Tester PSMP 2020 and 2024. I choose 12 of them, so that I will exclude them from this research. So so leaving only 58 respondents for my actual study. So I will just choose 12 respondents from those population for my pilot study.
What about the sampling? So what kind of sampling method do you use?
I use random stratified sampling because I choose from the IPT KDI and then I narrow it down smaller and smaller to the tester, and then I narrow it down smaller to 2020 and 2024. Why I choose this population? It is because I think that throughout the 5 years they can give me the most positive outcomes or most collective ideas on how they can perceive Quillbot. Because if I were to choose the first batch, they will just only 1 year here. So I choose the oldest, the super senior in IPT at that moment.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Eti?
I just want to know, based on the instruments, you have like 5 items right under the thumb model. The percent is 4, is it? Okay. Can you go to that slide for me? The findings. Okay, yeah. So it says that, can I know what is the, if you can remember, one of the items, the highest item that gives the highest mean for perceived,
It's obvious.
yes, perceived usefulness.
Perceived usefulness.
Yes. Under that item, if you can remember of anything, because it said Quillbot is actually improving their writing skills.
Yes.
How?
For example, one of the main use of Quillbot is to teach you how to paraphrase. Okay, so you can see that in these items there is a clause that states that Quillbot helps me to structure my sentence, and then the second one, and another one is stated that Quillbot helps me to paraphrase my sentence. So you can see that from the Quillbot suggestion that is suggested by Quillbot, as you key in the sentence that you want to paraphrase, they will suggest you on how you can paraphrase the question, and you can technically learn from it. Thank you. That's no problem. For now. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking one. Next, I would like to invite this one.
The audience are from Michigan? Doesn't matter. There should be 12 right? How many? Now it should be 1. Fantastic.
Some of them are in multimedia that way. I mean, we also don't know why.
Call them here. They should be here.
and I'm supervised by Mr. Chanchono. And today I'm going to present to you my thesis titled Investigating Pronunciation Learning Strategies Used by Other Students in Improving Polysyllabic Words. Okay, so before I share with you my presentation, I would like to share with you that I am embarked on this research journey due to my own personal struggles in English pronunciation. And I was wondering on why some students are excels in pronunciations and some are don't. Just like me, I want to know how is the effective or what is the effective pronunciation learning strategies that employed by the test students who excel in the pronunciation. So this is why I did my research. Okay, so moving on to the background of the study. The first one is we are all aware that in Malaysia, English is a compulsory subject to be learned from primary education to tertiary education. And students should master all language skills because they are related to each other and have their own functions, cited by Isnawati 2018. Okay, meaning here that we start to learn English from primary schools and or maybe before than that. Maybe through the unconscious learning. And the learner's ability to enunciate English correctly has drawn more attention in English education, and achieving intelligible or even native-like English pronunciation has been set as a desirable goal among various nations, learners, and teachers, cited by BUI 2016. This aligns with the requirements of the future English teachers, whereby we need to achieve C1 for our speaking skills in at least. So meaning that the speaking skills consists of a few sub-skills, including the main core skills, which is the pronunciation. So we need to excel in our English pronunciation so that we can score C1 in speaking skills. And according to Kara 2015, when students are unfamiliar with new words and they attempt to pronounce them without prior knowledge of how to pronounce them correctly, they may produce errors and may even fossilize such errors. I'm sorry for the misspelling. Okay, so when they encounter new words, which is like complex words or lengthy words, they might not know how to pronounce the words. So it becomes a problem for them, for those students who are not excel in English pronunciations. And in this research, I would like to identify what kind of pronunciation learning strategies that can be used for TESOL students so that they can address these issues. Okay, next. Okay, for problem statements, based on the research that I have read, I found that there are three main problems, which is the first one, fear of miscommunication. According to USNRO 2030, most of TESOL students still have poor communicative skills and are reluctant to speak English, although they have gone through primary school and secondary schools learning English. This one is that the fear, which is this is our own behavior, that our own attitudes, that we are afraid to speak in English. Although we have learned English from primary school, we are still we afraid to do the mistake or to speak in English. And for the second is lack of effective learning strategies. Without proper strategies for receiving feedback on the pronunciation, students may continue to make the same errors without correction. Cited by Study 2031. Okay, this one related to the role of the teachers, which is like the teachers as the frontliners of the education. They didn't give the accurate or the proper constructive feedback for on the students' pronunciations. Whereby nowadays the English pronunciation is neglected in the classroom because there are more concern on the four main language skills, which is reading, writing, listening, and speaking. So the student didn't know how their pronunciation is, and also the teachers lack of proficiency in pronunciation, which lead to the students to fossilize the pronunciation errors. Because when the teacher teach English lessons, and they frequently use Malay language in their English lessons, so it may lead to the students to be accustomed to the teaching style, and they tend to speak that way, which is the Malay-nature style of the speaking. And the next one is articulation difficulties, which is longer words can be more challenging to articulate accurately, especially when TESOL students are not accustomed to pronouncing such words with correct stress patterns. By Abdurrahman and has with which is the lack of the target language. Meaning by that the most of Malaysian students they tend to they tend to transfer their Malay stress patterns into the into pronouncing English words. Meaning that it okay. So for my research objective is RO1 to find out the most dominant pronunciation learning strategies used by the students in improving quality of the words, and R2 is to identify the difference between male and female in terms of preferred pronunciation learning strategies in improving quality of the words. And for the research questions, R1 is what is the most dominant pronunciation learning strategies used by the students in improving quality of the words, and R2 is there any significant difference between male and female in terms of preferred pronunciation learning strategies in polysyllabic words. And for the research hypothesis, which is HO1, there is no significant difference in terms of preferred pronunciation learning strategies, and HO2, there is a significant difference in terms of preferred pronunciation learning strategies in improving polysyllabic words between male and female. Okay, next. Okay, so for the significance of this research is that for the lecturers, from the findings of this research, the lecturers can try to employ the most effective strategy, which is English politics, so that the students are aware of the importance of identifying and utilizing the effective pronunciation learning strategies for them to improve their pronunciation. And for the English language department, they may organize programs that is main focus on the speaking and pronunciations, so that the students are more exposed on the native like spoken language, spoken English. And for the schools, it refers to the future teachers, whereby us, the teacher trainee of dental students, we may bring these effective pronunciation learning strategies so that we can incorporate in our English lessons, and also we can include this into our teaching practices. Next. Okay, this is my related past research. Okay, the first one is Lucky et al. 2017. She used around 10 respondents of REFL undergraduate students who had no prior exposure to English language. Although they have no prior exposure on the English language, but they still learn the English language unconsciously. Maybe from watching movies, listening to music, and others. And from her study, she found out that students can only learn proper pronunciation if their role models are proficient in phonetics and phonology. This is relates with the problems that I have said before, which means that the teachers is the one, the role model who may encounter the problems, which means that they lack of proficiency in pronunciation. And for the second is Lin 2030, she emphasized on errors caused by the wrong stress placement and in pronouncing words. Malaysian English tends to prolong the final syllables of polysyllabic words that appear at the end of a sentence, which affect their proficiency in English pronunciation. This also accounts for the articulation difficulties, where the students, Malaysian students or maybe the Tesla students in ITGs, they tend to stress on the last syllables of the word, which may be like the barriers of their mother tongue. And last one is Sri Hastuti 2021. She discussed on the significance of knowing and understanding the kinds of learning strategies in improving pronunciation skills, and she discovered that input and practice strategy is the most frequent learning strategies used by English students in Universitas Islam Negeri Aranri, Banda Aceh, Indonesia. Okay, so this is my research methodology. Okay, so for the research design, my research is a quantitative research. Since I'm using questionnaire to collect data, and my purpose is to make respondents response on pronunciation learning. And my research is a survey, and the population is around the test students of IBC Kampus Datuk Razali Ismail who have passed the test PSLB 3043 English Phonetics and Phonology course. And according to Dennis 2010, if the population is less than 100, then the entire population needs to be surveyed. And from my population is I took from the SMP June 2021, that's the students, and there's around 57 individuals. So when they are less, when the value is less than 100, so I need to survey everyone, the entire population. And I also try to extend my participant pool by including 10 lesson students from IPG Campus Bahasa Antarabangsa as my pilot study. So that because they possess the same characteristic whereby they in the same TESOL batch, and they also have undergone the same training where they have undergone the SLB 3043 English Phonetics and Phonology course. Next. Okay, so for the research instrument, my research instrument was taken and adapted from Rita 2022 in her research titled Pronunciation Strategies Used by EFL Students. And the item was amended by referring to the essence study, and this aligns with the Cox models, which is the pronunciation acquisition construct PAC. So in the process of amending and adapting my instrument, I also align with the Cox model, which is pronunciation acquisition construct. And my instrument consists of 26 items, including 2 questions on demographic information, and another 24 is on this for components, which is 6 questions for input and practice strategy, 6 questions for noticing feedback strategy, 6 questions for hypothesis forming strategy, and 6 questions for hypothesis testing strategy. Okay, so for the data collection procedures, okay, so first after I have found my instruction is suitable, and then I amend the instrument. And then I seek for my supervisor approval, and then I will consult the JBBIs and also ask for their permission to know whether my instrument is suitable to be classed or not. And then after that, I will amend the instrument based on the comments given, and then I run the pilot test on the 10 students of IPG Campus Bahasa Antarabangsa, and then I check for reliability and validity of the instruments using the compound alpha value, and I found that my instrument is the value is 0.951, which is it can be considered as reliable. And then I plus the link of Google Form to my real data, which is the SMP June 2021 intake. Next. Okay, so for the data analysis procedures, okay, so first, after I have collected all the data of the real data, then I transfer my finding data from Excel to SPSS, and in SPSS I will compute all the variables related, which is the input practice strategy, noticing feedback strategy, hypothesis testing strategy, hypothesis test forming strategies, and then I analyze the data descriptively, meaning that I use the descriptive statistic using the mean. So I will compare the means, which is the lowest and the highest, and then after that I run the t-test to know the difference between the gender, and after that I start to write my report on the data analysis. Okay, next. Okay, so this is my data findings, which is to answer the RQ1. What is the most dominant pronunciation learning strategies used by TESOL students in improving polysyllabic words? Okay, so from this I found that the lowest strategies that have been used by the TESOL students in IPG Kadri is that 3.49, which is noticing feedback strategies. So meaning that most of TESOL students here, they are not given feedback on their pronunciation. So they don't notice whether their pronunciation is correct or not. And the highest mean is hypothesis testing strategies, which is 4.00, meaning that TESOL students predominantly use this strategy when working on improving their pronunciation, particularly on polysyllabic words, meaning that they like to, or they frequently to try and error on the pronunciation, whether it is correct or not, but they are not afraid of making mistake in the pronunciation. Okay, next. Okay, this is to answer the RQ1, which is there any significant difference between male and female in terms of preferred pronunciation learning strategies in improving polysyllabic words? Okay, so this one, we can see that this is the mean of the male, 3.16, and the mean for the female, 3.86, which means that male students have lower mean score, and the female have the higher mean score, indicating that they employ these strategies more frequently, and the P value is lower than 0.05, which means that there is a significance difference between a female and male. Because my P value is 0.002, which means lower than 0.05, and my HO2 is accepted. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Alright. Thank you, Janice. You mentioned just now there is a significant difference, right, between male and female with regards to the pronunciation strategies used. So, what is the implication of that finding?
The implications of the finding is that when there are difference of female and male in using the pronunciation learning strategies, we can know that female are more frequently use the pronunciation learning strategies. So the students, maybe we can like also we know that when it comes to English pronunciations, it affects more on the male students, whereby the male students maybe they didn't concern on the pronunciation. So for the implication, we need to provide or implement more interactive strategies so that even the students are interested in learning pronunciation.
Alright. Thank you, Janice.
This topic is not really familiar to me. I just want to know, can you give me one example of if you're using hypothesis testing strategies because it got the highest mean, right? What are the activities that you can do in the class? Example?
For example, maybe in the class, maybe we can put the word, each word for the vocabulary, like for the certain topics, and we, like for example, lion, crocodile, alligator, and something like that. And then we ask the students to pronounce without we teach them on how to pronounce the words first. So they will try on how to pronounce. They will just randomly pronouncing the words. And after we heard that if there's a mispronunciation on that word, we can try to negotiate with them and teach them the correct pronunciation, so that they don't fossilize the errors in the future.
Thank you, Janice. Janice? We are on time so far?
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. I would like to greet to my respected lecturers, fellow friends and juniors. So as for today, my name is Nur Syaira Adullah binti Muhammad Munir from Lesson 3, and I am being supervised by Madam Suhaina binti Ahmad. And I am going to present about my research, which entitled Learning English Pronunciation Through Podcast, a case study of 3 IPC KDRI TESOL training teachers. So, moving on to the background of study. In 2007, a teacher education program has been introduced by Ministry of Education, which is Bachelor's Degree of Teaching PISMT program. It has been stated in the Malaysian Education Blueprint that in tertiary education, Ministry of Education aims to promote teaching as a noble profession in which that is why the Bachelor's Degree of Teaching PISMT program has been introduced and launched in 2007. One of the programs in PISMT program is Teaching English as a Second Language, which is TESOL, and mastery of all aspects in English language is applicable to IPGM TESOL training teachers to teach English skills to students at school. As for future teaching. MOE has launched the English Language Education Reform in Malaysia, the roadmap 2015 to 2025 as an indicator to improve English language proficiency alongside with the inclusion of CEFR, Common European Framework of Reference. The inclusion of CEFR has actually outlined the standards and requirements that are needed to be reached by the TESOL training teachers for them to reach the mastery of English competency in their future teaching. Next slide. Mainly highlighted as the fundamental to communication skills are related to each other, in which we could see that when we speak, we need to, the pronunciation and our speaking skills need to be in line, because somehow when we tend to speak without having clear pronunciation, it tends to lead to misinterpretation by the listeners, especially we as the future teachers, we need to have clear pronunciation so that our students will not misinterpret whatever we are teaching them. Socia Murcia et al. 2010 states that English teachers are anticipated to provide students with English input through their proficiency in pronunciation. Therefore, it can be said that instead of scrutinizing pronunciation teaching only, English teachers, specifically TESOL training teachers, need to outsource other tools so that they can actually provide the pronunciation risk more to the students instead of just teaching them traditionally, in which without having any technological tool. So, as for the problem statement, okay, for the problem statement, I have divided it into 3 sections, which is the first one is what is the problem. The problem is the issue of speaking difficulties among students due to their pronunciation that needs improvement. Here we can see that speaking difficulties are being faced by students in which they tend to not have a good pronunciation skill. Therefore, ESL teachers are challenged with the way to teach English pronunciations according to the proficiency levels based on the CEFR. Based on the CEFR, we could see that in speaking skills, when it comes to pronunciation, one of the aspects that we need to look into is the aspects of accuracy and fluency. Therefore, teachers are challenged with the way that they can see and view students' fluency and accuracy when it comes to speaking skills. How do we know it is a problem? English language textbook does not provide instruction on pronunciation. Therefore, we could say that teachers need to outsource other materials for them to teach English pronunciation, because somehow when the main materials that is being used in classroom, which is the textbook, are not being used to teach pronunciation, it is somehow quite difficult. It somehow can be a challenge for teachers to teach pronunciation. Therefore, the outsource for other materials are needed by the teachers. Pillai 2008 states that teachers often overlook and ignore the area of pronunciation. It can be said that in the classroom, in teaching and learning session, teachers often ignore the area of pronunciation because they tend to put focus into the other areas, as for example the grammar and writing skills. Therefore, the area of pronunciation has been mislooked and ignored by teachers, in which teachers will not see the development of fluency and accuracy in students' speaking skills. What will happen if the problem still occurs? Teachers' negligence towards teaching pronunciation will affect students' verbal competency, in which when we tend to ignore the area of pronunciation, we cannot actually develop students' verbal competency, because somehow when we integrate speaking skills into the classroom, we expect students to promote a good pronunciation skills, because somehow that shows how good they are in their speaking skills. Therefore, trained teachers are the role model in acquiring English language competency, since they are future English teachers. So, if TESOL training teachers are having problems in English pronunciation, somehow it could interrupt the whole learning process, because they are teaching the students, but when they are having low pronunciation skill, they can actually misinterpret many knowledge and also contents in their teaching session. So, next one. research objectives and research questions. As for the research objective, this research is conducted to accomplish the following objectives. The first one, to explore TESOL training teachers' views on learning English pronunciation through podcasts. And the second one is to find out to what extent does podcast help TESOL training teachers in learning English pronunciation. As for the RQ, this research is conducted based on the following questions. What are the TESOL training teachers' views on learning English pronunciation through podcasts? And the second one is to what extent does podcast help TESOL training teachers in learning English pronunciation? Next one. Okay. For the research significance, I have divided it into three, which are TESOL training teachers in IPG, TESOL lecturers in IPG, and Institute Penyelidikan Guru Malaysia. As for the TESOL training teachers, they can acknowledge their views when learning English pronunciation through podcasts. This is in line with the research objective and research question, the first one, in which I would like to explore TESOL training teachers' views in learning English pronunciation through podcasts. And they can also make correct use of podcasts as a tool to teach English pronunciation. It can be said that even if the TESOL training teachers are actively listening to the podcast, we cannot guarantee that they are listening to the podcast for the sake of learning English pronunciation only. But as for this study, it can be said that it is significant for them to make use of the podcast as a tool to learn English pronunciation. And for TESOL lecturers in IPG, the integration of technology can be benefited to teach English pronunciation. This can actually be something new for lecturers to try and teach the students, the TESOL training teachers in their classroom by integrating podcasts during the teaching and learning session. And as for the Institute Penyelidikan Guru Malaysia, acknowledge issues related to English pronunciation among TESOL training teachers and encourage the use of technology in the teaching session. The next one, related past researches. I have included three related past researches, which is the first one, pronunciation problems, a case study on English pronunciation errors of low proficient students from University Malaysia Sabah, 2016. As for this study, it can be seen that undergraduates are often being judged due to their low proficiency in pronunciation. Therefore, in this study, in this research, it is found that the use of voice recording to learn English pronunciation is very important for the students, for the tertiary education students, because somehow the use of voice recording can actually encourage students to imitate the pronunciation made by the speakers, especially from the native English speakers. And the second past researches, students' first perceptions on utilizing podcasts in learning speaking from University of Singapore Perbangsa Karawang, 2021. It has been stated in the study that podcast is beneficial for speaking achievement because in the study, it is found out that podcast can improve pronunciation and also improve the vocabulary acquisition of the students. And students are interested to use podcast because of different genres they can choose, and they can also imitate the correct pronunciation made by the speakers. And the last one is impact of podcasting on pronunciation skills of pre-service EFL teachers from Athens University. The practice of English pronunciation at own convenience. With the use of podcast, it is stated in study that podcast is very flexible, in which students can make use of the podcast at their own convenience and whenever time they want to. Because somehow the use of podcast can also be used outside of the classroom. Next one. Research. As for the research design, this is a qualitative approach in which I have used case study as the research design. Case study is one of the most common research design in quantitative research because case study provide in-depth exploration of the event, especially in the real life situation. I can actually see and view the issue related to my study in a more holistic view. And for the research population, it is IPCDRI June 2021-2026 TESOL training teachers. And the research samples, I have been using purposive sampling method through homogeneous sampling because in case study, it is not manageable for me to use any sample. Therefore, I have been choosing 3 LPCKDRI in 2021-2026 TESOL trainee teachers that has been shared the same criteria in aligned with my purposive sampling, which is those who are actively listening to podcasts. Next one. For the research instruments, I have been integrating 2 research instruments, which are the interview protocols and also document analysis. As for the interview, I have been conducted one-to-one semi-structured interviews with 4 participants, which in 2 categories, which is the first one, 3 IPCKDRI June 2021 TESOL training teachers, and the second one is IPCKDRI TESOL lecturer. 15 semi-structured interview questions has been provided to the 3 participants, and 8 semi-structured interview questions have been provided to the TESOL lecturer. And the second instrument is the document analysis. As for the document analysis, it is the personal documents that has been provided by the participants, in which they have been provided the reflective journals for me to analyze, and both of these research instruments can be said as the primary data, in which the data is the original data that comes from the participants, and technically as the researcher, I technically own the data because of the original source that I get from them. So next one, data collection procedure. According to Shah et al., there are 3 phases in the data collection, which are the first one, preliminary stage, selection of participants for the study, preparation of research instruments, which are the semi-structured interview questions, and also the reflective journals. The second one, data collection phase. Data collection based on the instruments, in which I have conducted 4 semi-structured interviews, 3 with the participants and 1 with a TESOL lecturer. And next one is the transcription of interviews and analysis of reflective journals. And the last stage in data collection procedure is the data analysis phase. Data analysis phase, which is I analyze the collected data and find the results and also discuss about the findings and data. The next one. As for the data analysis procedure, one-to-one interview with the 3 participants that I have been made, and then one-to-one interview with a TESOL lecturer and participants' reflective journals. Based on these 3 methods that I have been used, I will then use Brown and Clark semantic analysis, which there are 6 stages. In which the first one I will familiarize with the data, generate the code, find the themes, review the themes, define the themes, and also write up the report. In which for the thematic analysis, I believe that with the inclusion of the theme, I can actually see the data triangulation, whether or not all the instruments that I have been using is valid and reliable for my study. The next one. This is the data triangulation, in which the first one is semi-structured interviews with TESOL training teachers, semi-structured interview with a TESOL lecturer, and the document analysis. Next one. As for the data findings of this study has led to inductive thematic analysis, in which in my study there is no pre-assumption and preconceptions of what I want to see from the theme, from the findings. So from the inductive thematic analysis, I have extracted up 4 themes, which is the first one, exposure to podcasts, the second one, content and benefits of podcasts, the third one, behavioral aspects when listening to podcasts, and the fourth one, personal recommendation about podcasts. As for the data findings, we can see that for the first and fourth theme, it has been answering to research question 1, and for the second and third theme, it has been answering to the research question 2. For the discussion for research question 1, what are the TESOL training teachers' views on learning English pronunciation through podcasts? For the first theme, all participants were exposed to podcasts since they were in high school. So from this theme, we can see that students, TESOL training teachers have been exposed to the use of podcasts for pronunciation learning when they were in high school, which quite a long time for them. And all of them agree that Spotify is the main medium for them to access the podcast, because they believe that the flexibility of podcasts, the flexibility of Spotify can actually help them to access the podcast whenever they want. And they use the flexibility of podcasts can actually become their personal efforts to learn English pronunciation, for their lecturers or their friends to learn English pronunciation, because somehow it is their personal effort, their own effort in whatever time they want to listen to the podcast. And for the fourth thing, all participants agree that it is best to listen to podcasts during free time. As for this, the participants agree that it is best to listen to podcasts during free time, because somehow when they want to focus to the English pronunciation, they need to focus their mind and need to listen to the podcast while not doing anything. And getting feedback for the English pronunciation are much needed. When they are listening to the podcast, they can actually give feedback on the speakers, whether or not the speakers' pronunciation and speaking skills attract them to learn pronunciation or not. So because of that, the test training teachers are also expected to get the feedbacks from their friends, especially during their presentation in the classroom, because they can actually see and view their pronunciation skill upon listening to podcasts. And suggestions on podcasts to listen from each participant are varied. Based on the suggestion that has been made by the participants, all of them have different genres of preference in listening to podcasts. But it can be said that all of them prefers to listen to only English podcasts, because somehow it will help them not to only learn English language, but they can also learn from many different accents and also dialects from the native speakers. And for the second and third team, participant 1 and 2 put emphasis on English native speakers in podcasts. Participant 1 and 2 believe that the diverse dialects and also accents in the podcast actually helps them to become more fluent in their English pronunciation, because when they try to imitate the pronunciation made by the native speakers, they believe that they can actually improve their English pronunciation. And participant 1 and 3 believe with the idea of note taking. Whenever they are exposed to any difficult or unfamiliar words, they believe that the idea of note taking when listening to podcasts will help them to remember the new pronunciation that they have been listened to. And assisting tool to help English pronunciation along with podcasts. When listening to podcasts, all participants believe that they also need assisting tool for them to learn English pronunciation, because somehow it can be said that when listening to the podcast, some speakers might not have a great fluency, because not all speakers from in the podcast are great English speakers, right? So they believe that with the help of assisting tool when listening to the podcast, they can actually improve more on their English pronunciation, so that they will not merely take the pronunciation skills from the podcast only, because especially when they are having uncertainties from the speakers in podcast. And for the third thing, motivation arises due to the presentation from the speakers, participant 1 and 2. As what has been stated in team 2, participant 1 and 2 put emphasis on English native speakers. So when they put emphasis on the English native speakers, it actually motivates them to learn and to speak as fluent and as accurate as that. And it could be said that it could be quite struggle for English language learners to learn without motivation. And only participant 1 appears to be confident, which is agreed by the test lecturer. From the findings, although both participant 1 and 2 are motivated to learn English pronunciation through podcasts, but only participant 1 are being confident in their classroom, especially when the test lecturer asks them to present something in the classroom or volunteer to give a talk in the classroom. Therefore, it could be seen that based on the motivation that is instilled in participant 1, it appears for this participant to become more confident to speak in front of their friends. And participant 3 does not put focus on pronunciation when listening to podcasts while doing other words. There are all participants have different views when they are doing other words. For example, participant 3, when she is doing other words while listening to the podcast, she has stated that it is not important to focus on the pronunciation made by speakers when she is doing something else, because somehow she only listens to the podcast while doing something else to break the silence when she is doing the work. So somehow when she is doing other words, she does not put emphasis on the pronunciation aspect compared to participant 1 and 2. Next one. Okay, for the conclusions, all participants have been exposed to podcasts at least 2 years ago, which has stated just now they are exposed to the podcast since they were in high school. Choices of genre might be different, but all participants listen to English podcasts only to help with their English pronunciation. And learning English pronunciation through podcasts helps TESOL training teachers widening their resources because somehow, as what has been mentioned just now, there is also the integration of assistive tool for them to break their uncertainties when it comes to the mispronunciation by the speakers in podcasts. And as for recommendation, okay, for stakeholders, emphasize on English pronunciation at institutional level and to produce future teachers with confidence in facing technological hurdles. And for future studies, selection of participants based on the criteria have not been exposed to the use of podcast in the league because in my study, the selection of participants are based on the criteria those who are active listeners of podcasts. So for future studies, it could be used. It could be suggested that participants are from those who have not been listening to the podcast, in which the research design will also be different because somehow we want to see the effectiveness of podcasts. For example, the use of quasi-experimental design. The last one, implications for IBG lecturers. Improve and modify teaching methods that cater the needs of training teachers in line with technological advancement because the use of podcasts for English pronunciation can actually encourage IPG lecturers to integrate the use of podcasts in their teaching and learning sessions so that they can outsource and they can widen more materials for them to teach the TESOL training teachers. And as for the TESOL training teachers, they can possess advanced level of pronunciation and have a full knowledge of English pronunciation, especially for the preparation of their future teaching experience. So, that's all.
Okay, I begin. Alright, first of all, Alawiyah, I think you have had a solid problem statement here. Congratulations. The other thing that I would like to, I'm interested to know is that, what are the theories backing up your research here? Because you have not mentioned the theories behind this.
I have been integrating two theories, which is the first one, multiple intelligences theory by Howard Gardner, and the second one is Chyston theory of listening comprehension. As for the first theory, multiple intelligence, I believe that verbal linguistic theory helps students in listening to podcasts because somehow when listening to the podcast, students are initiating their verbal linguistic intelligence in which they listen to the verbal and utterances made by the speakers from podcast for them to learn English pronunciation. And as for the second theory, Chyston theory of listening comprehension, I believe that listening comprehension is very much needed in speaking skill, which is in the pronunciation aspect. Because when, as a student, when we are having good listening comprehension, we can actually improve our speaking skills because when we listen to the speakers from podcast attentively, we can imitate and copy the correct pronunciation made by the speakers based on the listening comprehension that we have been employed.
Okay, thank you.
This one I know because I had tough time back then analyzing, going through the thematic process. So, what is your point of opinion on during your mental state and analyzing the data?
Pardon?
What is your opinion? What is your feeling
My
when you analyze the data? Thematic analysis, right? So,
opinion.
yes.
Based on my experience, since I have been using inductive thematic analysis, inductive thematic analysis means that I have no pre-assumptions and conceptions. Before fun about the discussion and before going into the chapter 4, I have not yet come up with anything. So as for me, from my experience, it somehow takes some time for me burden because I need to dig and explore and relate all the interviews and also the repetitiveness made by the participants to connect all the dots to produce the
Estimation how many days?
Huh?
How many days or how many weeks?
I think only for the things about 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, better so thank you.
Assalamualaikum and good morning. My name is Ryan Firzana binti Suhardi and my details are as follows as shown on the slide. And today I will be presenting my thesis on the perception of English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos in improving vocabulary learning. So this is the introduction to my thesis. According to Shafiqah Zulaika and Nur Azmi, any audio-visual media with English subtitles help learners to acquire new vocabulary and understand its meaning, pronunciation, spelling, and its suitability of use in sentences. So to summarize, the use of audio-visual media not only focus on the vocabulary gains, but also on other aspects like the meaning, the pronunciation, the spelling, and the suitability of the vocabularies used in sentences. So, in a study conducted by Afzal in 2019, he claimed that the students with low vocabulary knowledge perform poorly in university-level courses related to language skills, literature, and translation. So, all these university-level courses, they require the students to use the 4 basic English skills, which are the reading skill, writing skill, listening skill, and reading skill. Okay, so to use these skills, to produce these skills effectively with smoothness, the students must first have strong vocabulary knowledge. So that is why I focus on the vocabulary learning on my thesis. And by incorporating such ICT multimedia tool in learning, it allows individuals to create multimedia learning environment which further promotes active, autonomous, and independent learning. This is according to a study conducted by Alabite 2021. So basically, ICT multimedia tool here means that the information is displayed in a variety of media types, which can be divided into 2 types: the verbal stimuli and the non-verbal stimuli. So the verbal stimuli includes the spoken words and the printed text at the bottom of the YouTube instructional videos. And the non-verbal stimuli includes the images and the illustrations shown in the videos. Okay, next. So this is the problem statement for my study. The problem here is that, as mentioned before in the introduction, Afzal has claimed that students with low vocabulary knowledge perform poorly in university-level courses related to language skills, literature, and translation. So as I have mentioned before, these university-level courses, they require the students to use all 4 basic skills, which needs the student to have vocabulary knowledge to ensure that they conduct these skills effectively. So why does the student have low vocabulary knowledge? Firstly, this is due to the fact that the vocabulary aspect is purposely neglected in learning. So Shafiqah Zulaika and Nur Azmi has claimed that the educators perceive that the vocabulary aspect is not worth spending time on in learning because the educators may face time constraint to complete the topics related to their courses before the semester ends. And the educators also assume that students can learn and gain vocabulary independently through autonomous learning, where they can learn that outside of the formal learning environment. Okay, next. So how does low vocabulary knowledge may take a toll on non-TESOL training teachers? So when due to the lack of exposure on the vocabulary learning, non-TESOL training teachers, they may possess inadequate English vocabulary, and then they will have less comprehension on the meaning, pronunciation, spelling, and the use of vocabulary in different contexts, which is mainly because they are situated in a non-English dominant environment they are in. So unlike us, the TESOL training teachers, those training teachers from other majors like PIM, Bahasa Melayu, Sejarah and PJK, they are not used to English language being used in classroom, in lectures, or with during the interaction with their peers and their lecturers. So why do I focus on non-TESOL training teachers? This is because in PISMP years, non-TESOL training teachers are also required to take ESL courses like Effective Communication in English, coded as GEC 1052, which requires them to complete the task or the coursework given to them that involves all four skills. So to use these skills effectively, they must first have strong vocabulary knowledge. And so, besides, there are various cases where novice teachers, as soon as they have graduated, they are assigned to teach subjects that they don't specialize in, and they had inadequate training and qualification on. For example, they will have to teach subjects outside of their specialization, where if the schools have insufficient English teachers, they have to fill in that position and then teach English. Okay, next. Okay, so these are my research objectives. The first research objective is to determine the perception of English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos among non-TESOL training teachers. My second research objective is to figure out the perception of English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos in improving vocabulary learning among non-TESOL training teachers. And my last research objective is to find out the differences of perceptions of English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos in improving vocabulary learning between East Coast and West Coast non-TESOL training teachers. So this research objective enabled me to further construct the research questions. Next. So these are the research questions that I have constructed based on the research objectives. Next. Okay, so this is the research hypothesis where I expected a result that is there is a significant difference of perception of English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos in improving vocabulary learning between East Coast and West Coast non-TESOL training teachers. So this hypothesis will be tested using t-tests, which will be analyzed using inferential statistics. Okay, so these are the three parties that may benefit from the research findings. The first one is non-TESOL training teachers, where they may be influenced to use this alternative, as in the English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos to improve their vocabulary learning. Next, IPG lecturers, upon getting the positive perception from the non-TESOL training teachers, they can use the English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos as the teaching resources. And lastly, IPG Malaysia. So IPG Malaysia can make use of the alternative when conducting English programs for training teachers regardless of their majors. Okay, so this is the past research which I have included abroad and local past research that relate to my study. So both research are a quantitative studies where they employed a survey design and then they administered them to their respondents, which includes the EFL and ESL learners. So both researchers, they had gotten a result where the respondents, they have positive perceptions on the use of English subtitle audio visual medias to develop their vocabulary learning, their vocabulary knowledge, and their overall comprehension in the English language. Next. Okay, moving on to the methodology. So the research design, my research is a quantitative study which employs a survey design. And for the research sampling, the research population is among non-TESOL training teachers in IPG category I, particularly among PISMP 2021-2025 intake. And the sample is among PIM training teachers from PISMP June 2021-2025 intake, which is 80 in total. And then since I had taken 12 training teachers for the pilot study, the sample that will be left for me to distribute the questionnaire is 68. And after referring to the Craigie and Morgan table, the respondents that will be used for the data analysis is 56 respondents in total. And these 56 are chosen using the simple random sampling method. Next, data collection procedure. So I had taken and adapted a questionnaire from a study conducted by Shafika Zulaika and Nur Azmi on the ESL undergraduates' perceptions towards the role of English subtitles on vocabulary learning. And then I continued to request permission for questionnaire distribution to my respondents from Jabatan Penyelidikan dan Penyelidikan Universiti. And then I continued to conduct validity and reliability tests via SPSS. And then finally, I distributed the online survey questionnaire via WhatsApp platform to my research sample. And then the data analysis I have used is descriptive analysis and inferential analysis, where the descriptive analysis is used to answer the first and second research objective, and the inferential analysis is used to answer the third research question using t-test. Next. So this is the pilot study and the reliability that I had conducted. As you can see here in the table titled Reliability Statistics, the Crovard's alpha value for the total of 25 items in my questionnaire is 0.895. So by referring to this table by Olani in 2019, this value fell within this range in the second row, and thus the internal consistency is good. So these are the findings and discussions for research question number 1, which is about what are the perceptions of English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos among non-TESOL trainee teachers. So as you can see here in the first table, the mean computed for the non-TESOL trainee teachers' perceptions of English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos among non-TESOL trainee teachers are 3.85. So by referring to the mean value distribution table by Nur Farahana and Wan Nur Hasbiah, the mean value fell within the mean scale of 3.68 to 5.00. So the mean value for the overall mean value for the non-TESOL training teachers' perception is considered high. So basically, the mean value interpretation suggested that respondents have positive perceptions of English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos. Next. Okay, now let's look at the details of which item has the highest mean value and which item has the lowest mean value. So item B6 and B11 both have recorded the same highest mean value, which is 4.02, and item B12 have a mean value of 3.37. So both item B6 and B11, after referring to the mean interpretation table earlier, the value is considered high. And for item B12, since the value is 3.37, it fell within the range of 2.34 to 3.68, where it is considered moderate. So item B6 and B11 can be closely related to Pavier's dual coding theory, where the English subtitles on YouTube instructional media create multimedia environment. As you can see here, the mean value suggested that the respondents, they agreed that watching YouTube instructional videos with English subtitles, they enhance the respondents' listening skills and their English language proficiency in general. So basically, multimedia environment, as I have mentioned before, it is produced when the information is displayed in a variety of media types. So when this multimedia environment is created, it promotes multisensory learning, which enhances retention of language learning and content comprehension, according to Harji et al. In 2010. And then finally, item B12, which recorded a moderate mean value, it suggested that the respondents have neither positive nor negative perceptions. So that means that some of the respondents, they agreed that they are distracted by the appearance of English subtitles, and some of them, they did not agree that they are distracted by the appearance of English subtitles. So the findings from my research question 1 is similar to the finding in a study conducted by Shafika Zulaika and Nur Azmi in 2022. So both my respondents and the respondents in this study, they showed positive perceptions towards the use of English subtitles on multimedia materials. This can be seen through the mean value computed for item B6 and B11. However, the findings is in contrast in the aspect of comfortability, as my respondents, they suggested that they are quite distracted by the appearance of English subtitles. However, in a study conducted by Shafika Zulaika and Nur Azmi, their respondents, particularly the ESL undergraduates, they are not distracted by the appearance of English subtitles at all. So this may be caused by the differences of majors of the respondents. Since my respondent is the training teachers from other majors excluding PESO. And for Shafika Zulaika and Nur Azmi, the respondents are among ESL learners. Okay, next. So this is the findings and discussion for research question number 2, which is about what are the perceptions of English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos in improving vocabulary learning among non-PESO training teachers. So the mean computed for the research question number 2 is 3.94, which can be referred to the mean value integration table here. The mean value fell within the mean scale of 3.68 to 5, and thus it is considered high. And the high mean value showed that the respondents have positive perceptions of English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos in improving vocabulary learning. Next. Okay, so this is the details of which item has the highest mean value and which item has the lowest mean value. So item C2 has the highest mean value of 4.21 and item C12 has the lowest mean value out of all 12 items in section C, where the mean value computed for item C12 is 3.79. So item C2, item C1 and C2, it can be closely related to Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences, particularly on verbal linguistic intelligences, where the respondents agreed that they actually have interest to learn vocabulary from watching English subtitled YouTube instructional videos, and that they agreed, showed high level of agreement that they can learn many new words by watching English subtitled YouTube instructional videos by using the implementation of English subtitles on YouTube instructional videos. And item C12, which recorded a high mean value too, it suggested that majority of the respondents, they showed high level of agreement that they feel that the English subtitles actually hinder the opportunity to learn vocabulary learning better. Okay, so that's it.
Alright, thank you. Alright, question. Now, tell me about your sampling again, because you said here that you have done random sampling, right? Simple random sampling. How was that done?
I randomly chosen the respondents, so I distribute the questionnaire to all my sample,
How many?
56.
Okay.
And then, actually I distributed the questionnaire to all 77 respondents, to all 80 respondents. And then I had taken 12 from the out of all 80 training teachers, and then that left 68 more. But actually the respondents are not 80, they are 77 because 3 respondents, they did not answer the questionnaire I had given. And then that left 65 in total. So from the 65, I randomly choose the 56 respondents.
Alright. How did you randomly choose them?
So I took the, so we can transform the questionnaire, the Google form into the Excel sheet, right? And so I chose it from there. Basically random.
Okay, thank you.
Can you give me the definition of instructional videos?
Okay, so instructional videos is basically videos that it gives information or it instructs students on certain things that the students don't want to improve in certain topics.
Certain topics.
Yes. linguistic, right? They want to know how to pronounce a certain word. They will watch the instructional videos where the speaker in the video will teach them on how to pronounce them correctly.
Alright, thank you.
How many more we have before break? So we are lagging behind, right? Okay, please stick to time, yeah? Please indicate, yeah? So that, alright.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I speak to Dr. Sakia, Miss Nurul Atika, my fellow friends and the audience here. My name is Nurul Izzati Binti Junaidi and I will present the influence of mother tongue on teacher trainees speaking skill. This study is grounded based on this background of study. Patsuna stated that English plays a vital role in many fields, be it in business, educational setting, and many more. Meanwhile, News 2018 stated that learning English as a second language is challenging. And Sri Prabha 2015 believed that everyone has a mother tongue influence to begin with. Briefly, English is a challenging language to learn as a second language learner, but with difficulty comes the fundamental use of it all across the world. Therefore, the mother tongue interference will surely exist. This is the problem statement of the study. The TESOL teacher trainees are facing language interference in English discourse that possibly deteriorate speaking skill. Is it true? Ashiki 2017 stated that the difficulties in speaking proficient English is due to interlingual error and intralingual error. And then Fuciani and Syed 2019 stated that as we speak in English as a second language, our cognitive is translating the spoken discourse between the mother tongue and the English language. And then Liu and Lai perceived that speaking skill is the most difficult skill for a person to master because we as a second as English learner has to express our thought in a spontaneous way. Okay, moving on. This is the research objective, questions, and hypotheses. By the end of this study, I aim to identify the most prominent influence of mother tongue on teacher training speaking skill, and I would like to identify if there is any significant relationship between the current level of speaking skill with the accuracy, fluency, and the perceptions of mother tongue. I expected this study that at the end there is no significant relationship between the current level of speaking skill with the perception of mother tongue influence, fluency, and accuracy. This is my hypothesis. Why this study is significant? It is significant for the teacher trainees to expose them to the mother tongue influence that they face in speaking skills so that they can diminish the mother tongue influence to improve their English skill. And for the lecturers, this study is like an effort for lecturer in observing teacher training speaking skill competency because as we know, we have to be assisted for the C1 mandatory requirement that involves speaking skill. And for the IPTM, this study will expose to them so that some effort to lessen the FPI, especially on TESOL teacher trainees can be implemented in the future. These are the related past researches that is interrelated to my study. Hanebo Hankore 2021 conclude that the effect of mother tongue, the factor of the mother tongue influence that has risen is because the lack of target language knowledge and then the lack of the confidence of the speaker and then the shyness to use English. Key point is that mother tongue influence in English department students as the respondent. For example, the word call is being pronounced as kal and then department becomes department. And Fuciani and Syed 2009 found out that the majority from 25 respondents construct the message that they wanted to deliver
in their mind first, in their mother language, before expressing it in English. Also, there are strong mother tongue influence. For example, the word usually is pronounced as usually, and behind becomes behind. This is the conceptual framework that is started with the mother tongue influence. There are 4 of them: the perception of the mother tongue, fluency, accuracy, and current speaking skill level that may possibly affecting the teacher training speaking skill. As for the research design, this is a quantitative research applied through survey. The respondent is ISMP June 2022-2024 with the population weight of 71 respondents and sample of 59 respondents. As for the instrument for data collection, it is adapted from Hanpore, and my instrument, 25 questions, is being divided to these sections. Section B, the perception of mother tongue, and then section C, fluency, section D, accuracy, and section E, current level of speaking skill. I also have conducted the pilot study, then from the whole population with random sampling has resulted to the value of proper alpha 0.928, that means it is reliable. It is the universal method of data collection procedures, starting from the verification from our supervisor, and then after it is being verified, it will be handed to JBPI, and then after the JBPI has already approved our instrument, I conducted the pilot study in which I mentioned before it is reliable, and then I distribute the Google form link to my respondent. This is the data analysis procedure. I applied descriptive to obtain the research objective and to ensure that I can answer the research question that I intended to figure out. So, to identify the most prominent influence of mother tongue, I will use the mean to observe the highest mean between all of the aspects, and then to identify if there is any significant relationship between the current level of speaking skill with the perception of mother tongue, influence, fluency, and accuracy. To figure out this RO2, I will use Pearson correlation coefficient. This is one of the exciting moments of this research. It's the time when we harvest the rice that we grow along the way to find out, am I on the right track? Like that. So, considering that RQ1, what is the most prominent influence of mother tongue on teacher training speaking skill? This is just to let you know that the highest mean will indicate that most of the respondents highly agree on that matter. So, I already calculated the mean of the elements that I stated before, and I figured out that the current level of speaking skill has the high mean of 3.644. So, it can be concluded that just now I'm curious what is the prominent influence, then it is been answered. The current level of speaking skill is the most prominent influence of the mother tongue. Then, what? Is it settled? No. For the more detailed findings, I already calculated the mean for each instrument, and I summarized it in this table, in which those are the top highest instrument mean, and those are the top lowest instrument mean. And I figured out that in the statement of I think insufficient vocabulary mastery hinder the development of my speaking skill, it is the highest mean instrument that can conclude that TESOL teacher trainees June 2020-2024 are highly influenced by their own current level of speaking skill due to the insufficient of vocabulary to be used in the spoken discourse. Like they are hesitating on what word to use because the insufficient of vocabulary. So the vocabulary is the problem for us as for the respondents to improve the speaking skills. Moving on to the findings for research question 2, is there any significant relationship between the current level of speaking skills with the perception on the mother tongue influence, fluency, and accuracy? And using the Pearson correlation coefficient, I found out that there is significant relationship between the current level of speaking skill with the perception on mother tongue influence, fluency, and accuracy. How do we define this data? We have to look on the R value and the significant value. according to Yusri Ibrahim, the relationship is considered significant when the value is 0.05 and above, and then the strength of the relationship is determined in between 0.00 until 1. That means if the value is increasing, the strength of the relationship is stronger. So we can see here, all of these three elements is having the significant relationship with the current level of speaking skill with the moderate value of Pearson correlation, which is the strength, according to Moiduni, according to Yusri Ibrahim, the lecturer that teach us during the seminar. And then, moving on, this is the discussion of this study. I compiled all of the mean of each group, and for the current level of speaking skill, it embodied high mean, and it is aligned with the past research in 2019 that the current speaking skill highly interfere excellent speaking skill as a whole. And the perception of the mother tongue also has a high mean and aligned with the past research in 2022. That respondents often think that the mother tongue is the primary language that they often should be used other than the other language they learn. For the fluency, it is high and is aligned to this research in 2019. However, the accuracy of the mean accuracy is medium. This is based on my finding, and it is not aligned with the past finding of Lloyd and Honkish, because in his research, the accuracy is a high interference in speaking skill. Meanwhile, in my research, it is medium interference. Moving on to the conclusion of this study, there are three conclusions that I would like to point out. First, the most prominent influence was the current level of speaking skill of tester teacher trainees, and most of the respondents agreed that they have insufficient vocabulary that hinders their speaking skill in a great extent. And number two, the relationship is significant. I want to discover that is there any significant relationship between the current level of speaking skill and other three variables, and all of them embodied the moderate strength significant relationship. Therefore, the hypothesis is rejected because at first I expected that there is no significant relationship between the current speaking skill of teacher trainees and with the other three variables that I mentioned before. This is the recommendation that I would like to suggest for the tester teacher trainees. Actually, by instilling a positive mindset, by allowing the inferiority in learning English can help to boost our speaking skill, because we are the future English teacher, and we should not be insecure with our speaking skills. And then we have to pay attention to the mistakes and restrict the mistakes to be repeated in the next occasion. This is related to the noticing hypothesis by Richard Smith. And then for the lecturers, I suggest to the implementation of challenging learning for the students, because I think by leveling up the difficulty, the efforts to enhance the speaking skill will be increased too. For example, like instead of lecture, lecturer initiate debate or forum to discuss on the matter. And for the future researcher, it would be more holistic and complement this research if the future researcher do the research on the effects and factor of the mother tongue. Moving on to the implications for the tester teacher training, this study is useful for them because it helps them to be aware on what is the prominent influence that interfere their English speaking skill. And for the lecturers of language department, it can become this study can become like one of the supplementary guide for them to observe the teacher training speaking skill in general as the initial information. And for the future researcher, this study may become supplementary reference source to complement their research. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Izzati. I would like to go back to your conceptual framework. Okay, would you please explain to us what do you understand about conceptual framework?
Conceptual framework is like the comprehensive idea of the whole study. Like when you look at the conceptual framework, you understand that this is the gist of the study.
Alright, partly true. Now in conceptual framework, you have to indicate the IV and the DV. which one is the IB? Which one is the DB?
IB is the independent variable. So the four of them are the IB. There's perception on the mother tongue, fluency, accuracy, and current speaking skill level that I figured out from the literature review. And then it can be affecting the dependent variable, which is teacher training speaking skill.
Okay, so the four are the IBs. Right. The DB is the teacher training speaking skills, right?
Yes.
What are the items
What are the items on?
or what are the constructs in teacher training speaking skills?
What are the construct of the training? Okay, I got it. Like it is. I mentioned it just for like the general idea of teacher training speaking skill, but then I don't have the elements of speaking skill.
I would be interested to know what when you do your questionnaire, when you have that questionnaire,
Yes.
what are the parts in the questionnaire that make up teacher training speaking skills?
So, from the instrument that I constructed,
You
Yes.
constructed?
no, I adapted
Yes,
from
right.
handphone. So I'm sorry. I don't construct the question. This is right. What makes the teacher training speaking skill is the instruments that are adapted from the past research under this element.
But they are the IB.
So
So which one is the IB? Which one is the DB?
also
Look into that matter, yeah?
okay, I will do the matter. Thank you for.
No question.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. I think our honorable panels, my fellow presenters and my juniors. So, title of my study is PGKDRI as a teacher trainee's perception towards the use of English pop music in improving reading skill. I am one of my members from Tesoko PISMP June 2020. So the intention behind the title is I want to prove that English pop music is useful as a support for students or other people to learn to improve their reading skill. Because ever since I was a kid, I have been listening to music and I sing along to music, and from that I think I am able to slowly improve my reading skill. But the main education for reading is from the school, of course. So for the background of my study, it is mainly about reading. First one is reading is a method which is accepted for the purpose of obtaining new knowledge. However, in the second one, Malaysian readers are not good readers, while Malaysian children read for examination preparation rather than for fun. It is clear that our people only read to excel in study, but not for fun. So this is where the music comes in. With music, I think it can help students to improve their motivation and self-esteem to read any kind of literary text. This is proven according to UNESCO in 2021. Malaysian adults incorporating 15 years old and above in 2019 has a literacy rate which has slightly increased to 94.97% compared to in 2018, which is 94.85%. So, according to this data, I think it is safe to say that with with the right motivation and support, which is for this topic, music, the reading attitude for among students could increase. So this is why I want to. This is why I choose the topic for my study. Next. First statement of problem. Mostly for students in colleges or universities, they only read for academic purposes, especially female ones. This is supported, but this is supported by girls by Ratnawati and Aslina in 2016. Girls' reading attitude are generally more positive than boys. And then for music, individuals who are not quite fond of music and find it disturbing and nothing but an enjoyment. According to Kumar in 2016, 78 out of 80 students have stated that music is a distraction, especially when studying. Okay, next. For my research objective, the first one is to find out the TESOL teacher trainees' perception towards the use of English pop music in improving reading skill. Second one is to identify the two highest functions of English pop music in improving reading skill. And the last one is to identify a significant difference between male and female TESOL teacher trainees' perception towards English pop music in improving reading skill. Next. For research questions and hypotheses, the first question is, what is TESOL teacher trainees' perception towards English pop music in improving reading skill? Second one, what are the two highest functions of English pop music in improving reading skill? And the last one, is there any significant difference between male and female TESOL teacher trainees' perception towards English pop music in improving reading skill? And for my hypothesis, it is a null hypothesis. There is no significant difference between male and female TESOL teacher trainees' perception towards English pop music in improving reading skill. Next. So this why it is important for me to conduct this study, because I think music is a good way to build the interest in reading and practice the skill, not only because of the melody of music which can improve the motivation. Also, the lyrics are helpful for us to learn reading. We sing along to the lyrics and slowly we would know how to pronounce certain words. And according to ML Learners in 2002, using music to teach reading skill can help to improve child's ability to remember strategies needed for reading. Next. So for past researches that relate to my study, the first one is for music by Kumar et al. In 2016. Listening to music has become a usual practice in student population, and they claim it would enhance their curricular efficiency. So this proves that music is useful as a support to improve reading skill. And for reading by Norain in 2017, most students nowadays do not have the right motivation, as they only read for academic purpose, as I have mentioned just now. And last one, Anamalai and Muniandi in 2015. Positive reading experiences can encourage higher academic performances, and this is inspired by positive reading attitude. So, in order to have positive reading attitudes, we can find a method for us to improve our motivation and self-esteem and lower the anxiety to read. And it is music for me. Okay, next. So this is my conceptual framework. Implementing English pop music in the reading skill. So we want to see if whether the outcome is positive or negative. English pop music is the independent variable, and reading skill is the dependent variable. Next. So the methodology of my study. The first one is research design. I use quantitative method, survey, by constructing questionnaire to be distributed for respondents. Research population / sample. This is I choose PSMP June 2020-2024 for my
research population, and according to Cressy and Morgan 1970, the total number of SMPG 2020-2024 is 70, excluding myself, and so the sample would be 59. And the research respondents, just as I have stated just now. Next. Instrument for the data collection, there are 3 constructs in my questionnaire adapted from Domingo and Aguilar 2021 for section 1, which is the demography. Said 2021, Sivanganam and Yunus 2020 for section 2, which is the perception towards the use of English pop music in reading, and Domingo and Aguilon 2021 for section 3, which is the functions of English pop music in improving reading skill. Section 2 and 3 are based on 5-point letter scale. This is the data collection procedures. The first thing I did is sending my research proposal to my supervisor, and then I developed an adapt questionnaire for survey, and then research proposal is sent to supervisor again to be validated, to be rechecked, and then I distribute the survey for pilot study. After that, I analyze data from my pilot study to see the convex alpha value, and this is to check if my questionnaire is valid and reliable. And then after I have done the pilot study, I distribute the survey for actual study and I analyze the data for findings and discussion through SPSS. And for the data analysis procedures, I use descriptive analysis for RQ1, RQ2, and RQ3, and inferential analysis for only RQ3. So for the data findings for my RQ1, the perception overall mean is 3.63, and according to mean score interpretation scale by Zulkarnain 2019, 3.63 is considered as moderate, whereas the lowest mean for perception for the construct 2 is item number 4, 2.46, and this is for item where English pop music does not develop my reading skill. And for RQ2, the 2 highest function of English pop music, it is item number 4 and 5, which are English pop music presents new words formation blending for item number 4 and 4, and F5 is acronym. So the mean is 4.27 and 4.31. For RQ3, mean score for male is 3.95 and mean score of female is 3.55. For this one, I use the test, and the significant value T is 0.044, which is smaller than 0.05. Therefore, there is a significant difference between male and female respondents. Next. So for the discussion for RQ1, overall mean states that the perception is moderate to high, while lowest mean indicates respondents have positive perception. And for RQ2, respondents agree that English pop music provides new words formation, blending, and acronyms. And for RQ3, looking at mean score, male respondents is proven to feel more positive compared to female respondents. As a proof, significant value is lower than 0.05. So therefore, null hypothesis is rejected. Next. And for conclusion, for my first research question, TESOL teacher trainees of the ISMB June 2020 have positive perceptions towards the use of English pop music in improving reading skill due to overall mean score. despite the mean score is moderate according to the scale, um, music cannot be considered as sole uh, so the main source for us to read to improve our reading skill, because we learn that in school. So if you see music as a support tool for us to improve our reading skill, therefore the mean score is acceptable. And then for RQ2, the teacher trainees strongly agree that they can find word formation strategy, which is blending and acronyms, the most in English pop music, as these two items from section 2 of the questionnaire are the ones that have the highest mean score. And then for the last research question, male respondents believe that English pop music could help to improve their reading skill compared to female respondents. And all of these conclusions are in line with Kumar et al. 2016. For recommendations, I recommend future researchers, if they would like to continue my research, I recommend for them to increase the number of respondents. This is to ensure that the data to be more precise. And then I also recommend future researchers to use qualitative and quantitative approach, which is by using pre-test and post-test. This is to obtain more detailed data, unlike what I have done. Also, future researchers can do interview, and by observing social cues such as voice, intonations, and body language of the respondents, we can use this information to obtain extra data for our elaboration. And then the last one, future researchers should cultivate students' motivation. Future educators should cultivate students' motivation and interest by utilizing and applying English pop music in teaching and learning sessions. Next, the implications of this study is to raise awareness about English pop music. English pop music as a tool for teaching and learning process will become more engaging and joyful, which fits the actual purpose of music as an entertainment. And according to Buzzlove 2000, students are able to engage in reading written text if they listen and read the lyrics in music. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay. Your finding here, you said that there is a significant difference between male and female perception towards English pop music. Now, why is that there is a significant difference, and can you link that to the theory that you have applied in this research?
Can we go back to earlier slides? I think for past research. Go back a little. More. Okay. The result for RQ3 can be supported by this one statement of problem. Mostly for students in colleges or university, they only read for academic purposes, especially female ones. And then supported by Ratnawati and Haslina, 2016, girls' reading attitude are generally more positive than boys. But with implementation of music in reading, boys male respondents feel positive about it. So, in fact, male are more inclined to music compared to female. So with music in presence, reading can be fun for boys, for male respondents.
All right. So your findings just now that you presented is in line with the findings by Ratnawati, Haslina, and Nontiero. But what is the theory that you can link to this finding?
Theory for this finding.
What are the theories that you use in your research?
expression cycle language acquisition, specifically effective filter hydrolysis.
Okay, how is that?
Um, uh, we can say that when for boys it is hard for them to it is hard for them to read like girls do, and then if we implement music, their reading motivation, their self-esteem, and their anxiety, also their interest would build up because of music. So,
Would go down, you mean? So they are more interested.
sorry.
Okay,
They are
all right.
interested.
Thank you. Thank you, Amar. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you to all presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the track lobby for refreshments and return at 11. Thank you.
All right, we're back here. Do you have any? Go ahead, have fun. Freedom. For half an hour. So, all right, please, let's go in.
Masuk yang alih depan.
Put it somewhere safe. Go and have your break and come back.
Ni ikut. Dia gini Dia duduk depan. Kenapa? Okay. Terbek kau tu? Gano tok tu ai. IP ni nak gana ni. Pening ai. Nak beg mula kan? Buat gini tadi. Tapi itu beg dah. Bagus.
Lepas tu ke home boleh tak? Saya buka balik.
Tak apa. Cepat dulu lah. Ni ke apa tu?
Ni macam lip. Miss Effie. Salam. Boleh tak? Apa pasal apa ni? Saya tengah conference. Okay. Alright, this is bedtime, yeah? Laptop. Okay, thank you. There's only one.
Shall we begin?
Yes. Okay. Hang on, please lock that door. I'll just use that door.
So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I need to my panel, Dr. Sakia and Ms. Atika, respected colleagues, and to the audience. Before I proceed presenting my presentation of research seminar 2023, my deepest gratitude to all of the audience, panel, and colleagues for coming all the way from the place just to see my presentation today. So, first of all, this is my background. My name is Hadi, Hussein Hadi Bigoda. You can call me Hadi, and I'm from PISMPJ 2020 Singapore, and I'm being supervised by Madam Nuriza Bikram Razak. And my title for my research study is Training Teachers Perception on the Use of Digital Storytelling to Improve Speaking Skills. Okay, so the background of the study, storytelling is the best and high recommendation for teachers teaching and learning sessions. So, proposed by Cambridge 2014, okay, of all teaching and learning techniques and approach, storytelling is the best and highly recommended. And from Daniel 2020, a practice of a fact or information is being transformed or conveyed into a narrative form. So this is the definition of the storytelling, and the advantages of implementing storytelling itself have demonstrated that speakers are able to deliver message to achieve meaningful communication to the audience. And based on digital storytelling, it is a new effective approach to promote retelling story. Why? Because it is implementing recorded audio, digital images, and also videos. Rather than use the previous teaching technique, which is solely storytelling. But now we are emphasizing on digital storytelling. So next. So the problem of the seven of problems. So by Victor's 2022, pupils confront with difficulty, which are a lack of self-confidence, a fear of making errors, leading to avoid participating speaking lesson. So during the delivery lesson, the pupils are so afraid to participate in the speaking lesson because they lack of self-confidence and fear of making errors. So by Yoga 2017, an effective technique or medium of communication was employed by the majority of teachers. So that's being said that the technique or medium that has been employed or being applied by teachers are so boring and mundane, contributing to low level of people's speaking skills. And Shah 2020, she proposed that teachers utilize too many apps, which causes confusion and stress among people, which led me to come up with the my study, which is only digital storytelling to improve speaking skill, because rather using too many apps, they can contribute to the confusion and stress among the people. The next slide. So I've come up with the research objective. The first objective is to identify the perception of training teachers on the use of digital storytelling to improve their speaking skills. And the objective 2, to identify if there is any significant difference between male and female training teachers on the perception on the use of digital storytelling to improve their speaking skills. Next. And this is the RQ. Next. Therefore, based on the RQ and RO, so I come up with one hypothesis. There is a significant difference between male and female training teachers' perception on the use of digital storytelling to improve their speaking skills. So for the significance of my research, I have highlighted the 3 parties, which is the first lecturers. Lecturers are capable of coming out with engaging and motivating teaching methods after thoroughly grasping the positive findings of my research, which is digital storytelling is able to improve their speaking skills. English department are able to organize and listening programs, event or competition. For example, the JBB, our Department of Languages, can organize, can conduct and listening programs to promote communication skill and improve their speaking level, especially in digital platform. And by novice teachers, especially to us in the for our future teachers, we can implement the new intriguing and rewarding teaching technique, because rather than we emphasize on the storytelling itself, but now we are focusing on digital storytelling. We used to record it in a video, image, and maybe upload it in the social media platform, so that we can implement and apply it to the school that once we have posted. Next. So for the past research, there are 3 past research that I have studied. The first one is digital storytelling implementation for enhancing students' speaking ability in various genres. Second, sharing out digital storytelling to enhance speaking skill. And the third, digital storytelling enhances students' speaking skill at the World University of Science. So basically, the 3 past research emphasis on the positive perception or positive findings of using digital storytelling to improve their speaking skill. Okay. So the research theory, I come up with the 3 research theory. First, self-efficacy theory refers to the faith or belief that we have in our ability to overcome the phase that might lie ahead of us. Second, play-based learning, proposed by Taylor in 2019, defines play and education pedagogy. That means that during the lesson delivery, teacher can also emphasize the fun and intriguing environment or atmosphere to the students, so that he can grab their attention to learn our content. And last but not least, social learning theory assesses how the learner pay attention to stuff people they see, encode and imitate. So that is relates with my digital storytelling, with how the learners are able to see. Once they see, they encode and imitate and duplicate it into the real life adaptation. For example, the public speaking. So there is this conceptual framework. There are 2 variables here. First, ID, independent variable, which is the use of digital storytelling to improve your speaking skill. And secondly, the dependent variable, training teacher perception, so that we say independent variable is affecting dependent variable. Next. So for the research design operation and sample respondent, so I chose to use a quantitative research by using survey. So quantitative research here is a type of research that explains phenomena by explaining numerical data. For example, we are using the survey, and then we collect the data and then transform it into the SPSS analysis. So that is why it is being emphasized as numerical data. So the population I took actually ISMP June 2021 TESOL training teachers. Why I took this ISMP June 2020 TESOL training teachers? Because they have undergone this, one of the subject, which is the SMP 3223 children literature, that emphasize on storytelling. For example, how to apply the storytelling from the top to the bottom. And for the population, for example, so I took 57 respondents as my population and 51 respondents as the sample. Next. So for the instrument, based on the 4 studies that I have done through, I considered 4 instruments that would be adapted this questionnaire, I have come up with one questionnaire that have 26 items altogether, and it is being divided into two groups, which is the first section is section A, demographic data for the male and female, and section B, the training teachers' perceptions. So for the data collection procedure, so the research proposal preparation, and we go for the research proposal submission. These two things have been done during the last two previous semester, during the proposal semester. So after we have submit the research proposal, we obtain the proposal approval from our supervisor and our lecturer itself, and then we implement the pilot study, then conduct validity and reliability test in the SPSS version 26.0. Then we seek for approval to conduct a survey from JPPDI, and confidentiality of the participant was informed to the respondents, and then we distribute the questionnaire via the WhatsApp link through one of the representative of the batch. And then once we got the data, we collect the data and analysis it via SPSS version 26.0. So the data analysis procedure. So from the SPSS version 26.2, we have come up two analysis, descriptive analysis, which is for the research question 1, and secondly, inferential analysis for the research question 2. So for the data analysis, for the first research question, what are training teachers' perception on the use of digital storytelling to improve their speaking skills? So when I collected the data and analyzed it through the SPSS version 26.0, so it was said that the mean was at 4.39. So based on the scholars, he proposed that the mean who has range of 3.0 to 5.0 is considered as high. So that is why my mean was at high level. So it's considered as high, okay, by Farahana 2018. So that being said, it has the positive perception on the use of digital storytelling to improve their speaking skill. And this in line with the past research by Amuruddin 2013. He conducted the same team with me, digital storytelling to improve their speaking skill, who have the same, which is perception, which is positive perception on the use of digital storytelling to improve their speaking skill. So for the second question, is there any significant difference between male and female training teachers? So when I conducted the SPSS version 26, so Levinstein's significant value was at 0.983. So it's considered as p-value. So when p-value is bigger than 0.05, the data wasn't considered significant as the value of p exceeded 0.05. So that being said, that there is no significant difference between male and female on the use of digital storytelling to improve their speaking skill. So therefore, my hypothesis was rejected. So for the discussion, for the training teacher perception, the whole based on the whole item 24 that have been analyzed by SPSS, it got the mean 4.39. So it considered high by Farahana 2018. So this speaks for the same finding with the past study conducted by Amuruddin, the same study we just now have been said, indicating positive perception on the use of digital storytelling to improve their speaking skill. So the second one is the highest mean of the item, which is the B3. B3 item is digital storytelling is fun. So it got the highest mean, which is 4.71. This item proved the play-based learning theory, showing that the learners are expecting a fun and positive environment when learning, rather than a dull and boring and mundane environment when it comes to teaching and learning session by Erica 2018. And the lowest mean, B16 item, which is digital storytelling, is easier for me to tell about my past experience, got the lowest mean, which is 4.10 only, and it aligns with a study conducted by Utu 2020, believing that telling about past experience is hard to achieve because they are face challenge in expressing themselves, especially in English speaking. And for the difference, I got a 0.983, which is p-value is bigger than 0.005. Which is considered as not significant as the value exceeds 0.05. So the conclusion that can be considered by from my study, the finding of the study are capable of answering of all of the research questions. The mean of IPKJ, IPKD, RIP, ISLP, specifically for PISLP 2020 Test of Training Teachers Perception, 4.39, and it's regarded as high as mentioned by Farahana 2018, because when we got mean at the range of 3.0 to 5.0, you consider it is considered with high mean. So men have higher perception, slightly different perception than female, which is male 4.40 and more female 4.39. So the hypothesis was rejected because my p-value is 0.983, which is bigger than 0.05. Therefore, there is no significant difference. So for the recommendation, I come up with the 3 recommendations to these parties. For the first, future researchers, especially to like us, so we can apply a qualitative research rather than quantitative, because when it comes to qualitative research, we know that we can conduct more in-depth findings. For example, you can conduct or implement observation, interview, and so on. And you can also utilize listening instrument. For example, you can use the recorded video, recorded voice, and also even research platform. You cannot just only use WhatsApp link to distribute your survey, but also you can use other platforms, social media, for example like Instagram, Twitter, to gain more insight. So for the lecturers, you can apply digital storytelling in the classroom, because for the lecturer, it's also need to come up with enticing atmosphere to the learners, especially to the likers. So organize interesting English programs. For example, under the language department, you can also organize interesting English program by inviting well-known speaker or expert, so that they can really know on how to use speaking skill well. And for the parents, you can create positive motivations by, maybe you can buy your children English book. You can also conduct a reading session with them, and also you can watch some English movies or series together with your children to enhance their speaking skills. And also, you can send your children to any tuition or additional class to improve their speaking skills. And last but not least, for the implication, I come up with 3 parties as well. So for the IPT training teachers, you can also implement DSD as effective way to improve speaking skill in the classroom. Because why? Rather than storytelling itself, you can record yourself by using your gadget, for example, your tablet, your phone. Is one of the enticing or engaging platform to improve or to promote your speaking skill in the primary and ESL classroom, so that you can also better enhance your confidence when speaking, when presenting performance, for example, public speaking, or even in a formal setting like presenting the presentation of research seminar. And also facilitate learning experience by adapting ICT, seeing it relate with the ICT. And English educator demolish chalk and talk and textbook method, rather than you write any content of your lesson. You can use student and teacher centered. Use interactive platforms such as YouTube and Flipgrid, because rather than also using storytelling, you can also use YouTube, Flipgrid to grab your people's attention. And last but not least, for the Malaysian MOE, you can amend the education landscape by providing a roadmap to the teachers on how to conduct digital storytelling effectively, so that the teachers or the lecturers know on how to really implement the digital storytelling to engage with your students or the learners, and underscore fluency rather than accuracy. Because when speaking, you don't emphasize on the fluency, but rather you emphasize on the accuracy. So I guess that is all from my presentation.
Is Eddie? Okay lah. Alright. Okay, Adi. Now, I would be drawing your attention to your conceptual framework. Yes, indeed, you have. You are right that there should be IV and DV.
Of course.
What is your IV here?
And the use of digital storytelling to improve their speaking.
Okay, what is the meaning of IV?
They can stand on their own and affecting the dependent variable.
Alright. So what are the instruments that you use to collect information or data for the IB?
For the IB.
The instrument that you use to collect data for the IB. What did you use?
I use survey.
A questionnaire.
Questionnaire.
Okay.
Questionnaire. There are 26 items altogether. It's divided into two sections. First one is the demographic data for the respondent, and the second one the teacher's learning perceptions.
Okay, so demographic, that's demographic. And the second section is on?
Teacher's learning perception. Like literally only training teacher's perception.
26 items.
24 items.
24 items.
So that means I don't have any construct. Only one construct.
Yes, one construct. What about dependent variable? What is the instrument that you use to collect information, data about that?
Right. So same.
How can a boy be a girl? Yeah, how can the same boy be a same girl? How can one person be a boy and then be a girl?
I mean, you are referring to the demographic data or?
No, dependent variable. Because you mentioned just now, the construct, the 24 items, they are the IB.
Okay.
The IB. What about your DV?
Oh, okay.
The IB has got to be IB, the DV has got to be DV. So I believe you have whatever you want here. So, but you have to review, your IB is actually unique because you are looking at how this gender, alright, influence the perception, right?
Yes.
So your IB is just the demography, the gender, and the use of digital storytelling to improve speaking, digital training perception. The perception is the 24 items.
I look to the Google form sheet because from the Google form sheet we can identify the male and female.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I am trying to make you see, that you have to do this amendment to your write-up on the conceptual framework. Alright? Because your understanding, you have those things, but your understanding is mixed up. Okay, that 24 items should be your IB, one construct. And it should be your DB, one construct. Your IB is just gender. Because you wanted to see how this gender affect the perceptions. Is there any difference or not, right?
Yes.
No.
Okay, right now I got it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for asking.
No, it's okay.
Clarifying. Happy.
Interesting.
Okay, thank you. Happy?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning to Dr. Satya, Ms. Nurul Atika and to the fellow audience. My name is Itaisha binti Chabencho Abu Zakaria. Today I'm going to present to all of you here about the research findings regarding the topic of spelling error analysis in English composition among year 6 pupils in SK IPG Kedaran. Next. Okay, now let's begin with the background of the study. So apparently, one of the 5 domain skills that has been introduced in CEFR and KSSR is writing skill. And one of the backbone of the writing skill is apparently spelling. And how do we know that? Is that through the learning standard, which is highlighting to spell the most high frequency words accurately in independent writing. Next. However, despite the significance of the study, English spelling presents intense challenges for most second language pupils that constantly affect the written performance of pupils, and it somehow correlates with spelling errors, highlighting the spelling inaccuracy in writing. Next. Now we are going deeper to the statement of problem. Okay, apparently, first thing first, for many ESL primary school pupils, it has been shown that written text consists of an abundance of spelling error, as less well constructed, less understandable, less interesting, less compelling, and less memorable than text comprising accurately spelled words. And it somehow generates a bad impact on their entire creation of written words. And how does this spelling issue affects the primary school people, and how
how does it become a concern is because in Malaysian primary school education level, year 6 people are going to take two types of assessment, which is PBS and PBE. And before they leave, which is before they leave primary schools. And if they are able to construct properly spelled, the question is how are they going to construct a meaningful sentence? Okay, next. So these are my research objectives, which is the first one is to describe the types of spelling errors in English composition made by year 6 pupils in SKIPGKRI. And the second one is to determine the most dominant type of spelling error in English composition made by year 6 pupils. Next. Okay, next. Okay, now let's move to the significance of the research. Apparently, I'm expecting these research findings will benefit four types of parties, which is the first one, year 6 people in SKIPGKRI. How are they going to benefit this research is through feedback and correction given by the teachers through the sharing of research findings with the teacher letter. And next is English trainee teachers in IPGKRI, which is through two ways. The first way is they are going to utilize the study to come up with creative teaching methods in order to prepare themselves to face the occurrence of where the primary school pupils face the spelling issues. Second is that it's going to assist training teachers about the next research topic that concerns the spelling errors in the West focus. Okay, and the third party, which is English teachers in SKIPGKRI, through the integration of variety teaching methods to improve the spelling ability of pupils. Once this research finding is shared with the teacher, they might acknowledge the spelling issues that actually arising among the pupils. Next is Ministry of Education Malaysia, which is MOE. How this MOE benefit from this research is that they will indirectly acknowledge the spelling issue that exists among the primary school pupils, and thus they will provide teachers and pupils with learning sources or seminar to capture the spelling issue. This part I'm going to explain further in the implications stage. Okay, next. So now we are going to the related past research. Apparently, for your information, there are 12 past research which are 6 abroad local research and 6 abroad research and 6 local studies. That were incorporated in this study. And apparently, I include the 3 most similar past research with this study. And apparently, for your information, these 3 types of past research portray the existing of spelling errors in the written assignments of pupils. Next. Okay, now we move to the research design, population and simple. Apparently, for this study, I incorporate this study with qualitative approach with highlighting research population from year 6 people from SKIPGKRI. And then I narrowed down to the sample, which is year 6 people from SKIPGKRI, with 1 class was chosen only. Next. Okay, now we move to the data instruments. Apparently, for your information, there are 3 types of data instruments that were chosen to conduct the study, which apparently follow the triangulation concept. And the first one is semi-structured interview protocol for teacher, in which this interview protocol is adapted from the past research, which consists of 2 sections, section A for demography and section B for content. Next. The second data instrument highlights structured interview protocol, particularly for pupils, in which it's adapted from the past research as well, in order to ensure the validity of this instrument to conduct the study. And then it consists of 2 sections as well, which is the demography and section B for content. Next. And the last one is document analysis, which is focusing on the analysis of written essay of pupils, in which it focuses on 4 themes of the study, which is the first one, omission. What is omission? Omission is apparently missing out a letter in a spell word. While substitution is replacing a letter in a word with the wrong letter. And then the second one, insertion or addition, refers to inserting 1 additional letter in the spell word. And the last one is transposition, which means misordering of 2 adjacent letters in the word. Next.
Okay, now we move to the data collection procedures. Okay, apparently it begins with creating the research objective and questions, and followed by creating research instrument. And after these three items were completed, the next step is followed by seeking approval from supervisor and JPPI. And once the permission is granted, the next step is followed by requesting permission from school and English teacher in order to interview and collect essays from the respondents. And then the next step followed by the process of interviewing and collecting essays from the sample. And it's followed by analyzing and comparing data. And the final step highlights the writing the findings in the report. Next. Okay, now we move to the data analysis procedures. And it highlights the semi-structured and structured interview protocols, in which it begins with the process of transcribing the interview videos into reading form, and then transforming the data into the checklist table, and then the final step is finding the keywords and themes. For your information, the data analysis procedures incorporate two types of data analysis, which is the first one is thematic analysis, that I actually integrate deductive thematic analysis, in which the four types of spelling errors that I integrate in this study were taken from the past research, which is the theory suggested that the four types of spelling errors are the common types of spelling errors committed by the young learners. Next. Data analysis project. Next. Okay, for written document analysis. Now, how do I conduct the data analysis for the written document analysis? It begins with highlighting the four types of spelling errors in the written document essay of pupils, and then followed by the process of transforming the data into the checklist table. And then the next one is using the descriptive analysis, which is using the percentage formula in order to calculate the percentage of each spelling error in order to determine the most dominant type of spelling error. Next. Okay, now we move to the data findings. Okay, so apparently, the data findings result omission as the most dominant type of spelling error, which 26 of spelling errors out of 68 with the percentage of 38.24%. And is followed by substitution as the second most dominant type of spelling error with 20 spelling errors out of 68 with 29.41%. And then is followed by insertion and addition with the number of spelling errors 40 out of 68 spelling errors. That results to 20.59%. And then transposition comprise only 8 spelling errors out of 68 with 11.76%. And these findings is somehow similar with the study that was conducted by Cook 1999, in which he agreed that young learners tend to commit more omission errors and these transposition errors in writing. Next. Okay, now we move to the discussion and conclusion of the findings. Okay, here I stated two types of discussion, which is the first one revealed that Year 6 pupils apparently committed 4 different types of spelling errors that represent omission, substitution, addition, and transposition errors in their English writing. And this data finding answered the RO1, which is to analyze the types of spelling errors that were committed by Year 6 people in their English composition. And it's somehow supported by the statement of Cook 1999, which is he agreed that ESL young learners tend to commit these types of spelling errors. Okay, now we move to the discussion, to the second discussion, which is the second discussion reveals the findings that omission it was ranked as the most dominant type of spelling error, followed by substitution, and the third most dominant types of spelling error is insertion, and the least dominant types of spelling error is transposition. And these data findings answered the RO2, which is to determine the most dominant types of spelling error in English composition among Year 6 people in SK Educator I. And somehow I find it's very interesting because it somehow aligned with the past research regarding the spelling concerns, which is the study from Da Costa and Arias 2021 also revealed that omission is ranked as the most dominant types of spelling error in their study, and transposition as well is ranked as the least dominant types of spelling errors. Next. Okay, now we move to the recommendations of the future research. Okay, apparently I have three types of recommendation, which is the first one highlights the new research design. Apparently, this research design incorporates case study with qualitative approach. For the future research, I would love to suggest two types of new research designs with two different types of approach, which is the first one, action research from qualitative approach, and quasi-experimental research quantitative approach. The main reason of why do I choose why do I recommend these two types of research designs, because it gives the opportunity to the future research to use innovation, or we call it as intervention, that allows the researcher to be more close with the respondents. Second, the recommendation highlights the population or sample of the study, in which apparently the study incorporates the population and sample that highlights the first level of education background. So why not, in the future, we highlight the new population that can comprise the pupils from secondary and tertiary level of education background in Indonesia. And for the third recommendation, I would love to highlight data collection method. Apparently in this study, there were three types of data collection methods, which is the first one is semi-structured interview protocol, structured interview protocol, and data analysis, and written document analysis. However, for the future research, I would love to suggest the future research to add on observation method, in which it is not just allow the researcher to analyze the communication language of the respondent, but then it also allows the researcher to examine the non-communication language of the respondent throughout the body gesture and facial expression, in which I profoundly believe that it can give more accurate data for the research. Next. Okay, now we move to the implications of the study, in which I have stated just now. It shares the similarity with the research significance. Okay, now we start with the first party that will benefit from this study, which is the first one is user pupils in SPIPGKDRI, in which through the feedback and correction given by the teacher throughout the process of sharing the research findings with them. And then it's somehow supported by the involvement summary, is that feedback given by the English teacher assists to improve the spelling abilities of the pupils. How? By flagging out the errors and exposing the pupils with the real spelling. And then the second one is highlighting the English training teachers in IPG. Okay, apparently, like what I have said just now, these English training teachers will benefit the study in two ways, which is the first one, they are going to utilize the study in order to prepare themselves throughout the process of preparing the teaching and learning instruments, teaching and learning aids, in order to cater the spelling issue. However, for Cutler, Rickinson and Walsh 2021 affirmed that 85% of English educators believe that past research helped teachers in improving their teaching strategies and elevating their professionalism as a teacher. So I profoundly believe that it will benefit the English teachers in order to cater the spelling issue. And the third party is English teachers in SKIPGKDRI, which is like what I have explained just now. They are going to acknowledge this, the spelling issue among their pupils, and thus they might probably adjusting their teaching methods. And then supported by Wahyu 2012, in which he agreed that the usage of interactive media and games motivated the slow spelling ability pupils and improved the understanding of pupils regarding the spelling of English words. Okay, now we move to the final one, which is Ministry of Education Malaysia, in which, like what I have stated just now, the MOE can actually provide seminars or for the teachers and pupils in order to cater this issue. I would love to present to you what has been done by MOE of Singapore in early 2023, in which they provided the schools with teaching and learning sources, such as it's called as Singapore Student Learning Space (SLS), that particularly focusing on the young learners and also teachers that helps with spelling concern. And for me, I think it's very interesting because this initiative actually integrates AI features in which it benefits both parties. So I think that's all from me. Thank you.
How many is the research sample, population?
Research population is 29 plus 29.
So your sample?
My sample, I took only one class, 29 pupils.
29.
Okay. So how did you choose your sample? That 29.
29?
Yeah.
Okay.
How did you choose that?
Okay, how do I determine the sample? It's because this study actually incorporates purposive sampling method, in which, based on my reading and what I have read previously, it stated that purposive sampling method actually is the best. If I want to go in depth, relatively for small scales of sample that actually share the homogeneous characteristic. So, in my case, in this study case, I have discussed with the English teacher from SKIBG, and I informed her that I would love to take the sample that actually comprise a variety of spelling abilities of pupils, and I would love to have a class that actually consists of more low spelling ability of pupils. And then she suggested to take one class, which is 6 PINTAR, to carry out my research.
Okay, thank you. One more question. Now you mentioned that the finding is that the highest percentage of errors made, spelling errors made, was omission, right? So what does this mean then?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
So why did it happen? Because you need to discuss that under discussion. Why did that happen? What kind of omission happened?
What kind of omission?
And why did it happen?
Why did it happen? Okay. Like what I have discussed with the respondents. Apparently, there are two ways that I can determine how omission is the most dominant type of spelling error, which is through the process of analysis of the written work, in which I noticed that most of the year 6 pupils that from the sample actually tend to left out one letter in the spelled word. And then this is affirmed by the teacher itself, in which she agreed. She also stated that most of her students actually confused with the spelling of the words, that particularly about the double consonants or double vowels of the spelling.
Just like first and lunch just now, that is omission.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hey, have you scanned your attendance, guys? Not yet.
Okay, that's that.
Don't forget, yeah? You have to scan your attendance. QR code is there later. How many more do we have? One more. Okay, so we can do, you can extend this session until afternoon.
Yes.
Should say please no. Be
We can
honest.
have 2 hours presenting.
I'm not the last one, the last one.
Yeah, but you can take 2 hours.
You should say that is not in my plan.
Relax. Okay. Alright, the floor is yours.
Hi, hello, assalamualaikum, and good morning. I would like to speak to our respective panelists and also the whole audience today. Okay, so my name is Afika Nurul Badani, and I am under supervision of Mr. Muhammad Syamsul Chief. Okay, and my title for the research is identifying non-task training teachers language learning strategies. Okay, so let's look at the graph study. Okay, so my research focuses on language learning strategies. So for the background of the study, I would like to divide the idea of language learning strategies to two distinct ideas, which is the first one is language learning. So how do we define language learning? Okay, so language learning is the process of acquiring and developing ability to communicate in second or foreign language. Okay, so this includes the process of acquiring and learning the language, including the grammar, structural, and also the rules, and also the vocabulary of the language. Okay, so now let's move to the second idea, which is learning strategies. So what is learning strategies? How do we define learning strategies? Okay, so learning strategies is the process in which learners learn about their strengths and weaknesses in learning. Okay, so learners are well aware of their preferences and their needs in learning, so that can help to make the learning process to be more efficient and even more self-directed, enjoyable, and fun to the learners. Okay, so now we will combine the two ideas altogether. So we have language learning strategies, which is a method and action taken by learners in tackling difficult language tasks. Okay, so learners use language learning strategies as an approach or as the way that they encounter the task of acquiring the vocabulary of the second language. Okay, so for my study, I utilized the Oxford Taxonomy Language Learning Strategies 1990 as the baseline in my study. So this will be later presented and elaborated on the research theory later on. Okay, so next. So let's look at the problem or the root of why I chose to indulge in this area of study. Okay, so first, as stated by Melvina in 2018, language learners do not know how to learn second language properly. So by not knowing how to properly acquire a second language, this will somehow hinder the whole overall process of language learning, because the learners they will face overwhelm when they are shown a series of unfamiliar words or vocabulary. So not knowing how to learning and acquire that vocabulary will bring an issue, and this will make the learners feel frustrated because they have tried several strategies but none of them works. So this is the issue because they do not know how to properly learn the language. Okay, so it is even worse because as stated by Abdul in 2019, vocabulary learning especially can be very challenging because our learners, the students, they don't have enough exposure or in an authentic contact with native speakers, so they might have trouble in making meaning of few words in terms of spoken, written, and so on. Okay, and this statement has been supported by Sumanov in 2020, in which he has remarked that vocabulary is the best source of problems for second language learners. This is due to the openness of the vocabulary system, in which the learners they do not know where and how to start when acquiring a vocab. So vocabulary, we don't have like a stage or like a framework on how do we acquire vocab. So this has been an issue or the problem to the learners, and my samples are not shied away from this issue as well. Okay, next. Okay, so this is the purpose of my research. So I intended to find on the most used strategies among the non-TESOL trainee teachers in English vocabulary acquisition. So the question would be, which is the most used? And for the RO2, I wanted to investigate the difference between male and female, and RQ, is there any significant difference? For my hypothesis, I believe that there should be a significant difference in terms of their preferred strategy between male and female. Okay, next. Okay, so this is the significance. This research intended to bring benefits to these participants, in which we have first non-classroom training teachers. So I chose this sample because I think that the non-classroom, they are away from the English background in terms of their major study. So I think that it will be beneficial for them because the distribution of questionnaire would provide an insight to the respondents of the competent in language learning strategies. Okay, so next, the lecturers in IBG. So the lecturers, especially the JBB lecturers, they can utilize the language learning strategies in teaching maybe the subject of GEC just now, as mentioned by Nurai, and they can make use of these strategies if they are non-TESOL learners, and they can design and implement effective lessons based on the strategies as mentioned. Okay, so IPGL, the administrators there can develop or can design a course or a program that should enhance second language acquisition. Okay, next. Okay, so this is the theories that I have employed for my research. This is the language learning strategies by Rebecca Osberg in 1990. So she proposed that there are 6 strategies altogether under LLS. Okay, so because we have memory, cognitive, composition, metacognitive, affective, and social. Okay, so for memory, we have storing information and retrieving it. And for cognitive, we have manipulating expression and also producing messages. And for composition, we have make educated guesses to overcome limitation. And for metacognitive, we have how the learners should coordinate and organize their learning. And for affective, it provide ways for the learners to regulate and to get control over their emotions and overall attitudes towards language learning. And social strategies suggest that learners learn or acquire vocab and learn their language by cooperating with others. Okay, so for past research, there are 7 past research altogether in my report writing, but due to the limitation for the presentation, I only bring 2 past research here, one of the local context and one of the global context. Both research use the quantitative research design. For the local one, they conducted the study to a total of 40 year 5 pupils in Kuala Lumpur, and the findings reveals that the most used strategies are metacognitive for both past research, and the least used is affective, and the research shows similar findings. Okay, so for my methodology, I employed the quantitative research design through the method of survey and distribution of questionnaire. And here are my conceptual framework, and you can see the relationship between the 2 variables, independent and dependent. And we know that the independent will affect the dependent. So my independent variables are the non-TESOL trainee teachers, and the dependent variable are the strategies that they use the most. Okay, so this is the further description of my population sample and pilot study. So I took, as I mentioned just now, the non-TESOL, which are the PIM training teachers of June 2021 intake, 80 of them altogether. 12 of them were taken out for pilot study, so leaving the remaining of 68. And why I chose 12 of them is because according to Louise, it is recommended that the number should vary from 10 to 12, and I think that it should be accepted. And from that, the pilot study was run to get the reliability test under combat alpha. So my combat alpha value is 0.814, which is higher than 0.67. So the instruments are considered reliable. And for the sampling method, I use the Craigie and Morgan sampling table. So from 68, only narrowed down to 59. Okay, so this is the instrument that I use for this research. So I took the instrument was amended from Nair research, in which they run
run a study to find out language learning strategies employed by pupils as a rural family in Malaysia. Okay, so there are 7 sections altogether, with the first section being the demographic info, and section B to section G are based on the construct and the strategies that are explained in the LLS just now. Okay, so there are 5 items under each section. So there are 30 items altogether. Okay, so for the data collection procedure, the questionnaire was adapted from past research, so I showed this to my supervisor and he agreed on that. So I sent to JBB to get the validation from the experts in the area, and then I ran the pilot study, and from that I will determine on how to amend and make slight adjustment to the items so that it can help the respondents to understand the wording better, and only then I share the link to the WhatsApp, to the respondent through the WhatsApp application. Okay. For data analysis procedure, this is a quantitative research, so I used descriptive and inferential. So descriptive is used to cater to RO1, while inferential is used to cater to RO2. The descriptive analysis provides data in a systematic manner. So when we talk about systematic manner, the first thing that came to our mind is mean. Okay, so I analyze and I compare the average mean of all sections altogether to answer to my RQ1. And as for inferential, I use t-test. By connecting to real life population, I measure the difference between the 2 genders. Okay, so next. So the data finding here, to answer RQ1, which is the most used strategies, you can see here that the one that is highlighted in red is one that with the highest mean value, while the other is the lowest mean value. So the highest mean value indicates the highest percentage of usage. So I use 3 indicator scale, by the way. 1 indicates never, 2 sometimes, 3 always. And we can see that the mean ranges from 2.0 to 2.4, so there are not much of a difference. It means that the mean are stable. Okay. Okay, so now, as I mentioned, that my most used strategies is compensation strategy. So let's look deeper into each of the items. And we can see that the 3 that are highlighted in green here contributed the highest mean, which also contributed to the overall mean of compensation strategies to be the highest. Okay, so this reveals that my samples, they disclose that they frequently employ these strategies. So they show agreement to these strategies. Okay, so next. Okay, so this is for the t-test. Is there any difference between male and female? So my significant to value is 0.515, which is definitely greater than 0.05, so it is considered as insignificant. Okay, so this question I would like to compare with the results from past research. My most used, however, compensation does not align because their most used strategies is metacognitive on both research, but however, the least used is similar and supported and aligned to them because effective are being the least used. And I have discussed about this. The results of the finding may vary due to the respondents. So some respondents, maybe my respondent have this different perspective from their respondent. So it is acceptable for any changes or not alignment to happen. Okay. So to conclude, so the most used is compensation strategies. This conclusion was drawn by analyzing and also comparing the mean of the 6 strategies. So that is how I come up with this conclusion. And for RO2, is there any significant difference between male and female in terms of their preferred strategies? Apparently, no, there is no significant difference, so my hypothesis is not accepted. Okay, so for future researchers, I would like to recommend them to expand the population even more. And if they still wanted to adhere to the non-TESOL scope, they can include strain which is from Bahasa Melayu option, PSB, sejarah, and all that to give like a complete overall view of non-TESOL. Because I only choose train teachers, so they only like representative for non-TESOL. So if they wanted to continue the area, their study in this area, they should also include the rest of the options. And they can also include the trainee teachers that are majoring in TESOL to see if does enrolling in English TESOL major will bring any difference to the finding of the research. Okay, and I also would like to recommend to change the research design because I use survey through questionnaire. So the drawback of this design is that I can only measure to which extent does the most used and the least used. But if they use quasi-experimental, maybe they can run a pre-test and a post-test, so they will get to measure the efficacy of each strategies even better. So I think that's just it. Okay, thank you.
Alright. I start off with a question. It's not really a question, it's something for you to help me understand your research. Now, here in your research, you mentioned that the research theories are the language learning strategies. But language learning strategies are not theories.
It's just strategies.
They are just strategies. So what are the theories that would back up your research? Theories are like behaviorism, cognitivism, multiple intelligence. Those are theories. All right. You take a look at this, yeah.
Alright.
So this research, language learning strategies, you can put them all in your literature review, right? But not as theories. This is something you need to review. Okay.
Do you want to ask anything about your market?
Why is it you're reading my mind? Ask.
I'm reading your mind.
Oh.
Is there any possible reason why are you using 3 Likert scale instead of 5 Likert scale?
Because the research that I
Refer to?
the
You're adapted to.
Okay. Right. Now, when you choose what you call a Likert scale, I mean an instrument with Likert scale, this is for everybody, right? Imagine that you are presented with spread of food. Which one do you favor? 3 dishes or 5 dishes or 7 or 10 to choose from?
So we should use the option of way.
Yes. The more choices, the better is your responses.
The widespread effect will be better.
Analogy.
Okay, I will use that for my master.
Yes. All right. That will be all from us, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me know when you sign up, yeah? All right.
Irfan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Happy to my panel and all of the. Okay, my name is Muhammad Irfan bin Zamzuki, and I'm an intake of PISMP June 2020 from Placer 3, and my supervisor is Mr. Chan, and my research title is The Incorporation of Literature in English Language Program for IPG KDRI TESOL Training Teachers, Learner Interest and Perception. This is a research that will study the perception of learner toward the subject of literature. Okay, moving on to the next slide. Background of study. Muhammad A 2021 stated that English language and literacy component appear to be linked. it is because English medium school have been in operation in 1970. The inclusion of literature component in English learning is to enhance the proficiency levels of students. The incorporation of literature component not only improve a student competency level, but also benefit them in a culture model, a language model, and personal growth. It helps them to be a complete student in terms of their ability to improve their language skill, their personal growth, for example, analyzing a certain critical point, and culture model, for example, when they learn a certain culture in the material that have used. Student perception could enrich learning environment by advancing our understanding for teaching and learning process. The literature component aims to develop an affection for literature in a student mindset to equip them with an in-depth understanding of English literature. For example, perception is something that students have, and it is very around the student. And our study is to check their perception for now. The previous study by Sivapala and Subabani, Habib and Viviana, all of this research has found out that some of the students have a negative perception to the subject of literature. We are going to be moving on to our next, which is problem statement. For now, in IPG KDRI, we haven't yet realized our own student perception to the subject of literature. Are they having a positive perception or a negative perception? There is a couple of problems that exist when we have yet to understand a perception. We are not looking to improve a perception, but to first identify it. Students might have a negative opinion or attitude toward the literature subject that have yet to be known. Nasir and Aziz 2017 stated that some students pursue literature learning for examination purposes, which the teaching and learning process only occur until examination session. It leads to a negative attitude and perception of students to the literature subject. The second one is students might be unaware of what being offered for the literature subject and unable to effectively gain something from the subject. Bevan 2006 stated that students tend to neglect literature once they enter a literature levels because they no longer being exposed to the importance of literature since school. Once they have entered university, they might give a full attention to the course and not taken more toward and abandon literature subject. Okay, all of this is something that we have yet to know for IPG KDR ourselves. And if a student actually have a negative, it will affect their learning style. For now, maybe the lecturer for lecturer of the student themselves to discover what is perception, whether it is positive and negative, and after that, can they take an action toward it? Okay, my research design. Barani stated that survey used questionnaire. My research objective is to identify teacher training perception toward literature subjects. A second research question is to identify if there are any difference between male and female training teacher perception toward literature subjects. Question: what is the teacher training perception toward the literature subject, whether it is positive or negative? Is there a difference between male and female training teacher perception toward the literature subject? And my hypothesis is that there isn't any differences between male and female training teachers' perception to the literature subject. It is a significant research for the IPG KDR training teacher because for the future generation of our junior have yet to discover what the literature subject actually offers, because literature is actually a complete subject because it's offered to develop a student in terms of speaking skill, listening skill, writing skill, vocabulary skill, and grammar skill. But since it is the most versatile subject, students usually are confused whether it is useful or not to what skill do they get from learning literature. For tested lecturer, they will then discover what is the opinion of a student. Do they believe that the selected material is suited for their student, or what is the most effective method of teaching their student? For instance, Penyelidikan Guru Kampus. Next, they can come up with a syllabus that's suited for the students. Next. Related past research by Muhammad A. details student perception toward literature subjects. In their research, it is shown that they have a positive perception and attitude. Research shows that for them, they have a mentality that literature is important tools to effectively learn English subjects. Next up, incorporation of literature in English in engineering students. learner interest and perception. For them, technical students believe that there are no learning literature isn't necessary for them, and they could not understand the significance of learning literature. And lastly, personalizing learning of English literature, perception and challenges shows achievement that are not predicted. That is not critical analysis or personalization. Students are having difficulties of analyzing something in the critical way. For example, a certain material they are not able to, they are usually just gloss over for a reason. For example, a driving force behind a character, they cannot seem to know why this character do a certain thing. They cannot think critically when learning literature. That is the result of their research. Okay. Next, this is my conceptual framework for IB. Independent variables, it is the students' own awareness, their attitude and challenges when learning the subject, and this all will affect their DB. Dependent variable, which is the student perception of literature subject. Outcome. Independent variables will affect the dependent variables. Okay. My research design is descriptive and p-test. For descriptive design, it will be used to answer the quizz's question 1, which is what is the literature theory perception for the literature subjects? And for the test, it will answer the research question: is there a difference between male and female training teacher perception toward the literature subjects? Okay, next. My population is that consists of June 2020 intakes of training teacher. That consists of actually 70 training teacher. Why I choose to take our batch? Because our students have completed all of the offered literature subject from TSLB 1034 until which we learned in the previous 2 semesters, TSLB 3123. And for the sample size is that for the 70 students, 12 of them have been selected for pilot study, consists of 60. And for the 70 students, we use the Cratchit and Morgan for sample table, and the number of students that have been selected became 59. The research instrument I selected from the previous past research, which is 2%. Incorporation of literature for program engineering student interest and perception. This person I took the questionnaire for 1, which is awareness and opinion, and Ottoman et al. Meaning English literature personalization, perception and difficulties. For Ottoman et al., I choose to take in terms of challenges. Section A will consist of 10 questions for awareness, Section B for 11 questions for attitude, and Section C, challenges with 9 questions, and put it all together, there is 30 questions, and the questionnaire will be using a 5-point Likert scale because that is what is used by these 2 researchers. The questionnaire will consist of strongly agree, agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. Okay, next. This is the research procedure. First, I selected the questionnaire, consists of 30 questionnaire, and using the Cratchit Morgan, I choose the sample size, consult the JBB department to check for the questionnaire whether it is suited or not. Next, blast the questionnaire to first the sample, the pilot study, which is the first person to check for reliability. One, it is hypothesis, which is my pilot study is 9.5. The instrument will then be answered by the sample question, participate in answering the question. And when I have achieved my reliability test for from BAPA, it will then be sent out to the whole sample size, which is the 59 students. Okay. This is all of the section for awareness, opinion, and challenges. Right here it is Moidani's score for indicator. For the highest score in terms of awareness, students believe that literature can help improve my vocabulary, 4.69. And the lowest score for awareness is that literature help me improve my listening skill. For this one, students believe that when they literature, it is the least effective way to increase their listening skill. Because literature is a subject, there is versatile teaching, speaking, critical skill and all that. But for them, they believe that it is not all that useful in teaching their listening skills. For opinion, they believe that incorporating movie into literature lesson would have students gain interest in learning literature, which scored the highest of 4.73 in the section C of the 4 opinions. And the lowest one is stories on young adult are more stories on teenager young adult are more interesting to read compared to text with adult. They doesn't believe this to be the case. Actually, they believe probably of thinking whether it is they prefer character with more adult that have complex story, or they prefer story with a whole lot of cast rather than just young adult, which is our age group. They doesn't think that the story with our age group are all that interesting. They prefer it to be adult or maybe a whole lot of class more. In terms of challenges, the least challenging thing about learning is that their teacher have able to create a comfortable atmosphere in the literature classroom. And the most challenging thing in terms of learning is for the lesson to activate their interest. For the activities, they believe that the currently used in terms of teaching literature might be not suitable for them. That is why it is called the lowest in terms of challenges. It is the most challenging for them. Next, we are going to be looking into the t-test. To answer the research hypothesis, is there a difference between males and female? And for our significance, it is shown to exceed 0.5, which is the score of 6.21, which means the hypothesis is accepted. There is no difference between male and female training teachers. This is the research discussion for RQ1. The mean value for each section consists of high and very high mean. It shows that IPG cadre 2020 intake have a very positive perception when it comes to learning literature. For significant feature is equal variance, which is P is 0.2, which is greater than 0.05, and it shows that there is no significant difference in perception of literature subject between male and female training literature. As a result, the null hypothesis is accepted. Okay. Next, we are going to be looking for proof of each Y in terms of awareness. It's called the highest one, 4.41. It shows that according to the nations, when they learn literature, it increased their ability to learn vocabulary by 5%. It increased their vocabulary skill by 5%. And in terms of opinion, audiovisual technique is the most effective method for teaching literature according to us again in the year of 2010. In terms of challenges, they believe that teacher most importantly need to be able to create a comfortable atmosphere when teaching a classroom. They believe that is to be the most important thing, so make sure that the learning of literatures are the most comfortable. And to prove that there is no significant difference between male and female, it has been answered by Mario Torres and Harrison that found that the perception in English literature in the process is the same between male and female in terms of gaining listening, speaking, reading, and writing tasks. The recommendation for the students that my recommendation might be to choose one particular subject to go more into detail, because for my research itself, I choose to make a whole study of literature from the subject that we study from PPISMP until the current one, which is last 2 semesters. But for the future researcher, I recommend them to might be looking into more detail. For example, investigating the subject of TSLB 3233, which the material for this subject is the one consists of the color purple, the cage, a doll house. Okay. Another thing, they might be able to expand the sample range. For my research, I used the 2020 because they have completed all of the offered subject, right? For the sample range, they might be able to choose that particular group who is currently studying in that literature subject. For example, TSLB 3233 is currently being studied by SEM 5, 3. Another thing that might want to change the research into a qualitative research design to through qualitative research, the respondent can give or voice out their reason behind their perception in learning literature. For example, the question you might ask the student, are you comfortable with this material that we have chosen? And they might be answering with no. When we choose a qualitative research, we can ask them, why is that the case? Okay, next for limitation implication for IPG Department of Management, can help management department to construct a syllabus that is suitable for newly gained insight of the training teachers' perception in learning literature. They can now come up with a far useful, far more adapt material that our students might be comfortable in learning. For lecturers themselves, they can now come up with an activities that can attract the student and affect them in learning more effectively. From the two results, we know that students increase their vocabulary ability the most, right, when learning in terms of awareness. Teacher might be able to do something regarding that, maybe increase more vocabulary tasks. And in terms of listening skill as well, they believe that is the most ineffective one. Lecturer can also make up a plan of activities to counter that problem. Maybe do a role play method or a video presentation that incorporate movie, which help them with their listening skills. For future training teachers, for our junior, they now learn that in terms of awareness, they are now able to see that in terms of awareness, the literature subject offer a lot of skills, and they can come up with their own plan because, for example, listening skill is the one that scored the lowest. The student might think for themselves, I need to come up with one strategies that can help me optimize my learning in literature to increase my listening skill, because that is the skill that scored the lowest. Okay, that is all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Alright, let's proceed to question and answer. We have list of questions for the last person. Okay, now for your research, I am interested to know about your research question number 1. How did you actually analyze your data?
How I analyze my data? For perception,
Okay, take a look at the research question. That's the one. Uh-huh.
Okay.
What is the perception?
Can you go to perception? sorry. Okay. How is all of the items here are put together to answer this one? Their awareness, attitude, and challenges will be create a mean that show for perception.
Okay. Alright, so let's take a look at the slide whereby you presented your data. Okay, here. Alright, so you total up all those items. How many items altogether?
30.
30. So what's the mean that you get?
I actually put it 4.29.
4.29. Now, what you're presenting here doesn't answer your research question. This is just like,
This is segregation.
yeah, further information about what you have collected on individual items. So you have to answer,
Included as
address.
well. Yeah, that's
Right. This you can put in your research. But when you present, you must present the answer.
Overall total
Overall.
mean. Yes.
Because that's the question. Yes? By the way,
By the way, what is the literature is the subject matter that you would really want to go into? Why literature?
Because for me personally, my favorite subject is literature.
Really?
Yes. But when I go to school, usually for example, when we are going to teach literature, it is under language arts. Usually for training teachers, they might not be aware that literature arts use a lot of skill. When they're teaching, they might teach the language art incorrectly because they are unaware the literature subject actually useful in implementing a lot of skills.
next question. Why in your title? I keep wondering. Can we take a look at the title? The title bears the word learner interest, but it's nowhere in the research.
It listen opinion and attitude. Question C, section C.
But that one comes under perception, right?
All of them are under perception.
So
All
why
just
is it that
learner's perception.
so why is it that you put the word interest, not the word opinion, not the word challenge? Why do you choose her, not the other?
Because for me, actually, I thought the interest can be the same as opinion.
No. So take out the word. It should be learner's
Learner's
perception only. Alright. Now, the thing that we discuss here are the things that help you out with your corrections of your thesis. Because if you don't do correction, you will use the same thing for your article. You see? So it doesn't make any difference there. Next, your conceptual framework needs to be reviewed as well.
But you help me make. Obviously, you help me make this one.
But there is no IV. Where is your IV?
You have to write.
These three independent variables, and this one is for the
Dependence variables are made of what?
all of the combination of
Okay, so those are under BB. Where's your IV?
this one for and it's
Your research question number 2 is to find out the difference in?
male and female.
Okay, so the DB, the IV is affecting the DB. So you have your IV. Your IV is your demographic factor. That is your gender ke students ke, affecting these 3 things you put under students' perception. Maybe when I advised you earlier, I was confused or I was mixed up as well. Looking at 71 researchers. Yeah, sorry about that. Can you do that?
Yeah.
It's just that, right? Because if you don't correct that, your thesis will be there. So long that is there. Kan? And nanti bila you jadi professor kan, people will screenshot your degree punya thesis.
And look at your supervisor's name.
Look at this professor's work inside that. Okay, so thank you very much. You have answered well. Actually, give us some money.
Oh, really? It's like here. Oh, ni ni. Kalau buka dia ada tak? Oh, okay. But then, what is this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, when you mentioned. Okay, okay. Agree. So because you answered that. Yeah, the one that you mentioned. This I thought not content. Itu tak dia lah content wise. Content wise should be nah, ya, dia tak. Okay, boleh.
Alright.
Now, I would like to invite one of the educators to announce the best presenter for this room and present a token of appreciation.
Before we present the best debate award, how was the presentation? How did you feel? Frightening. Frightening. Why? It's presenting to us, familiar faces. And the keynotes. Get the hang of it, that presenting to people in research. When you present in research, sometimes you may not be right, but you should be open to opinions because the panels are supposed to see more of this in the future. And we will call you again for subsequent presentation, probably in appropriate or at appropriate basis. Anyhow, gentlemen, ladies, you have done well. Alright, so I'm going to call upon the best speaker for the room.
Yes.
No music, Amal, I thought you were going to sing. Okay, the best speaker is Sati, announce.
What is the full name? We have to still name. Hang on, The name would be. Okay, hang on. So sorry. Okay. The best speaker goes to
Hello.
Nur Syahira Adawiyah binti. Keep clapping. You look young. Okay.
Congrats, alright?
Okay.
Okay, you have to take the 2020 and to take the packed lunch and then wait at the lobby for photography sessions, right?
Hang on. Nanti saya kasih tanya. Kalau representative bukan untuk kecil like begini. Kena besar, kena double.
It's a beautiful day, right? It's not
Mimi.